Good evening and welcome to the ordinary meeting of Council. Today is Monday and it's the 29th of June and it is 6:30 p.m. Acknowledgement of country. Lithgow City Council acknowledges the Wiradjuri elders past and present of the Wiradjuri Nation, the original custodians of the land on which the Lithgow's community reside. The Council also extends our respects to our neighbouring nations. Declaration of webcasting. I inform all those in attendance at this meeting that the meeting is being webcast and that those in attendance should refrain from making any defamatory statements concerning any person, council or employee, and refrain from discussing those matters subject to closed council proceedings as indicated in clause 14.1 of the Code of Meeting Practice. Public attendance. In accordance with the mandatory requirements of the New South Wales Local Government Code of Meeting Practice, clause 15.20, members of the public attending a meeting council must remain silent during the meeting unless invited by the chairperson to speak, must not bring flags, signs or protest symbols to the meeting, and must not disrupt the meeting. Council meeting emergency procedures. I'll hand over to Director Browning.
In the case of an emergency, please follow the emergency warden's instructions, who will be identified by coloured helmets and fluorescent council vests. Wardens will determine if evacuation is required and the appropriate exit path. In the event of a fire, do not use the lift. If you require personal assistance in evacuation, please advise a warden. In the event of an evacuation, no one is to re-enter the building unless advised by the Chief Warden. The community in attendance in the public gallery are requested to scan the QR code to register your attendance.
Thank you, Director Browning. I note that most of the councillors are in the room, but I understand that Councillor Goodwin is actually online and we need a motion.
I'm happy to move a motion for Councillor Goodwin to attend the meeting online.
Thank you very much.
I'll second that.
And Councillor Statham is seconding that. Is there any opposition to that? No, that is carried. Councillor Goodwin, can you hear me? Are you there?
I certainly, yep, I certainly can.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Declaration of interest. Do we have any declaration of interest, councillors? Councillor Smith?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, Councillor Smith, Councillor Statham and I do as well.
I do as well.
Oh, Councillor Ring. Okay, Councillor Smith, please.
Item 6.5. I do have some sort of interest in that. It's not money because I've been declared as not being qualified for it. I see it as a decision why I'm against that particular project due to I don't believe it has merit, and that's why I will argue against it with the majority of people who see it the same way.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Statham, you had one?
Yes, Mayor Coleman, 2.7, conflict of interest, proposed road naming at Meadow Flat for Carew Drive. I'll stay in the chambers, but I will not be voting.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. Councillor Ring?
I have a significant non-pecuniary interest in item 6.5 and I'll be leaving the room consistent with the written declaration previously provided to Council.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. I have a non-pecuniary significant on 2.9. We'll see whether or not I leave the chamber or not. I can probably chair it but not vote on it. I've got any further? 2.9. I've got a number of items that could be moved by exception. It's been suggested 2.8, 2.12, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5 and 3.7.
With respect, Mayor, I'd like to speak to 3.4 given the conversation tonight from the gallery. I'd like to move a late amendment to that report, if I may.
Okay, so 3.4 you wish to speak to. So far I've got 2.12. Yeah,
2.12,
happy to stay.
what's 2.12?
Any further?
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Just want to check whether 3.1 is included.
No, I haven't included.
I'd like that included, please.
I haven't included 3.1, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Would you please repeat those item numbers, please?
Sure. 2.8. Hang on, I'll just wait for the screen to be updated. 2.8, 3.2, 3.3, 3.5, and 3.7.
Thank you.
Is there any there that are flagged for you, Councillor Statham? Are you happy with those? And Councillor Goodwin?
I think,
I'm
2
happy.
point, I think 2.8 in Glen Davis, I think that they would be watching at home to see what occurred. And
Well,
how
if they're
they-
moved by exception, that'll be approved, Councillor Statham. Councillor Goodwin, is there anything for you?
Nothing from me.
No, you're right. Okay. If there's no, Councillor Ring?
No, if we're finished, I have a procedural motion I'd like
Hang
to
on,
make.
let's do this first. So if that suits everybody, I need a mover for those, please.
Mover.
Councillor Ring, I need a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Statham. Is there any opposition to those? No? Then those are carried. Procedural motion, Councillor Ring.
It relates to the subsequent business paper. That items 1.1, 2.1 and 2.2 of the subsequent business paper are dealt with as items 1.2, 2.13 and 2.14 of the main report.
Yep, that's fine. That was going to be considered anyway. Yep, so we'll do that. If there's no opposition to that, we'll go forward with that. Councillor Tysus?
Could I get a hard copy of the subsequent papers?
Absolutely. Have we got them on site? Yeah.
Apparently, Councillor Fredericks wants one as well, and whether other councillors want a hard copy.
They're in your trays, though. We can get them for you if you like. If you want to grab them, yeah. Councillor Fredericks has offered to go. Has everybody else got them? We'll just wait for a minute. Councillor Goodwin, are you still there?
Yep. Still
Excellent.
here, I've got them.
Making sure.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Fredericks. Truly appreciate it. All right, you've got Councillor Tysus, you've got that. Councillor Statham, You're good.
What was the procedural motion then, Mayor?
Just to make sure that these numbering follows through, Councillor Tysus, that's all.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. I've got 2 sets of minutes that need to be confirmed. It'd be best if we can confirm them by exception. You're happy to move those, Councillor Fredericks? Can I have a seconder? So Councillor Ring. So we're moving both sets at the same time by exception. So that's the minutes of the 25th of May and the 10th of June. Is there any opposition to those minutes? No, then that's carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on. We'll move on to 1.1, which is a mayoral minute. Great Western Highway median strip maintenance. Council has historically maintained the median strip of the Great Western Highway within the 70k zone of the urban Lithgow precinct. However, Council no longer has the capacity to continue maintaining this length of roadway, which is a New South Wales government asset. Following a resolution of Council at the ordinary meeting held on the 28th of April 2025, then the Director of Infrastructure and Project Delivery wrote to Transport for New South Wales to inquire about alternative maintenance arrangements. Transport subsequently advised Council that should Council cease maintaining the median, it would be returned to a concrete or gravel surface at Transport New South Wales cost. The Council group acknowledges this advice, however they expressed a strong preference that Transport for New South Wales retains and enhances the established landscape character of this corridor. Councillors are particularly concerned about preserving mature trees wherever possible, recognising their significant contribution to the identity, amenity and streetscape quality of the entrance to Lithgow's town centre. Negotiations with Transport for New South Wales to date have not been successful, The matter has been escalated, including correspondence with the Coordinator General for Transport for New South Wales, Mr. Howard Collins, and discussions with the Office of the Honourable Jenny Aitchison, MP Minister for Transport. Given the significant disruption currently affecting the Great Western Highway, including the detour traffic through the heart of Lithgow, it is considered reasonable to request that Transport for New South Wales resumes responsibility for its asset and, wherever practical, preserve the mature trees. Since I wrote this mayoral minute, we did get some advice from Transport for New South Wales in regards to the negotiations that I was having with them. You've got an email on your desk, councillors. I'll just read it out for the purpose of the public. This was sent to me on Friday, the June 26th. Good afternoon, Cass. Thank you for your patience while we have worked through a solution for management of the medians on the Great Western Highway between Main Street and Magpie Hollow Road. We acknowledge that Council has experienced an increase in costs on maintaining the enhanced vegetation on the medians in the Great Western Highway. Through our discussions with the Minister's Office, the enhanced vegetation is agreed as a priority for the local area, particularly in consideration of the impacts of the detour on the community. Transport also acknowledged that there has been safety incidents in the area and any vegetation management needs to consider those incidents. In consideration of the above, Transport will take over the management of the enhanced vegetation on the medium. Transport will also undertake some minor works to tidy up the medium and undertake some trimming of the trees to improve slight lights in the key locations. This will not remove the trees or shrubs, only maintain them in location. We are happy to confirm this arrangement for 12 months, during which we will continue to work with Council to understand the ongoing maintenance needs of the location. I won't read the last part because it's irrelevant. I'm going to put forward a recommendation. My recommendation hasn't changed, and the reason for that, Council, is as it states very easily in that email, we are happy to confirm this arrangement for 12 months. If this arrangement was ongoing, then I think it would be a good win. But for me personally, and we'll have that discussion, I think that we still stick to what I'm proposing, which is that Council return responsibility for the median strip of the Great Western Highway within the 70k zone of Urban Lithgow Precinct to Transport for New South Wales immediately. Formally request that Transport for New South Wales preserve the mature trees located on the median strip wherever possible. Endorse a public awareness campaign advocating for the preservation of mature trees and encourage the wider community to lobby Transport for New South Wales and the Honourable Jenny Aitchison, MP Minister for Transport. That is what I'm still moving. I'm going to open it up to debate. Councillor Barney.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd firstly start off with an understanding which I think is correct, is transport corridors themselves are owned by local government, the parcel, but once Transport for New South Wales has constructed assets within that corridor, those assets become the property and the responsibility of Transport for New South Wales. My view with this is we are a small council, small regional council with a limited budget. We're a population centre of just over 20,000. We're currently putting council ratepayers' money into managing a state government asset. To me, that's an unacceptable proposition. We're turning back to sporting groups, we're talking back to community groups that the 10,000 they want as a support package, we're unable to provide them, but we're spending money on managing a state asset. Now, I appreciate there's a goodwill gesture in saying that we'll do it for 12 months. However, we need to note that other council areas have it done indefinitely. I drive the Great Western Highway at times late at night because I have family away from the area, and there'll be maintenance, mowing, weed control being done at 10 o'clock at night and so on. Transport for New South Wales needs to provide this council with an understanding of why it is okay to be done for other council areas, but not us. I think there's opportunities to deal with the safety issues with the trees through crown lifting, which is essentially lifting the lower branches and removing them so that we've got a view line for safety. I think we need to look at safety fencing in the median strip, and we need to look at plantings that are used in other areas that are effective in covering the entire ground cover. I think we can design out maintenance to an extent, but leaving concrete there still requires regular herbicide application to control weeds. So it isn't a solution, it's a short-term fix with quite a significant body of capital investment to go into it. I think there's definitely a pathway forward. I think we need to be persistent in this matter, and I ask the Mayor to continue discussions with with Transport for New South Wales, very cognizant of the fact that the repair timeline is 12 months, and this agreement neatly marries up with that timeline. Can I suggest when we move out of the timeline, the negotiating environment changes? And I'm hoping that we're not being managed as a council to take this off the boil until everyone's left the region. And so I think it's important that we get an ongoing agreement with that primary understanding. It is not our asset. We shouldn't be using ratepayers' money to manage that asset. We've got enough difficulties facing us as it is. And I also, Mayor, if I can, I've got a matter arising, but I'm happy to hold it until this matter's concluded.
That's fine, Councillor Money.
Thank you.
Any further debate? Councillor Statham.
This is quite outrageous, actually. It's been going on for years and years. It is their land. And I mean, you know, they should take responsibility. And for 12 months, I would personally not sign that, because I think 12 months, look where the last 12 months has gone. It's going to be a very, very good spring for the looks of things. And I think there'll be much more to do than just keeping the normal grass down through winter if it starts after the end of the financial year. I think our trees coming into some parts of Lithgow are wonderful. Yes, they may need trimming, but first impressions. People are driving straight through Lithgow. We need to tidy up all our entrances, and they're lucky that we've only asked them to do so far the one, the main thoroughfare to Sydney. But I think it's a disgrace if they won't come to the party, because at the end of the day, our budget's not great either, and we don't want to be spending money and getting OHS and all sorts of things, traffic control, when it's their property.
Couldn't agree anymore. Councillor Ring.
It has taken councils collectively decades to shed themselves of the red fleet, the RFS fleet, a state asset. We've had to wear maintenance costs and depreciation costs for an asset that we have no control over. This is no different. This is exactly the same thing. It is not our role to subsidise the state government. It is their role to provide us with the same level of service that other communities are provided with. I'm glad, look, and I agree with Councillor Statham. I know Councillor Goodwin agrees on the same lines. It's nice to have those attractive entrances to the town. But if we are to spend council money, what do we cut? Roads? Do we stop doing improvements that are critical for our community? No. It's critical that the state government funds this work and does it properly. So I endorse what's been put forward.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Tyson.
Thank you, Mayor. I note in the email that, and I quote, Transport will take over the management of the enhanced vegetation on the median, also undertake some minor works to tidy up the median, and undertake some trimming of the trees to improve the sight lines in key locations. I just wanted to get an understanding of what the minor works to tidy up the median strip involves, and the management of enhanced vegetation. Does that mean that there's some sort of that Transport's only going to look after anything that's over 2 feet or 3 feet, or where it's been, it's existed for more than 12 months?
Councillor
Or is it going
Tyson.
to undertake all the?
They haven't explained themselves, Councillor Tyson.
Well then, if that's the case, Mayor, I wouldn't accept. I agree with Councillor Statham. I wouldn't be accepting it.
No, that's
unless
my
I've
plan.
got some agreement as to what, because to me this doesn't sound like they're doing anything other than putting a few trees up, taking a few limbs off some of the trees for sight distance.
I absolutely agree. That's why the recommendation I'm putting forward hasn't been adjusted. The devil is in the detail, and that's what concerns me. Any further commentary? Oh, Councillor Goodwin, would you like to speak?
No, I agree. I certainly agree with what Steve. I just caught the end of that. from what Steve and Councillor Ring and Councillor Ticehurst have said. So happy with that. Happy with the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Any further commentary? No? Okay, I'll put the recommendation that it stands to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. We move on. The matter arising, Councillor Marnie.
Thank you, Mayor. I would also like to see requested to Transport for New South Wales in regard to the Great Western Highway, particularly between McCain's Falls Road through to the intersection of the Tourism Centre. I'm going to ask that we have a safety review of those intersections, the line marking of those intersections. I also want them to review the pedestrian access across the highway as part of that review. If I can, I'll just briefly speak to this, Mayor.
Absolutely, go for it. Would you like? I need a seconder though, Councillor.
I'll second.
Councillor Fredericks has got
Thank
a
you,
hand up.
Councillor Fredericks. I've had an elderly gentleman who's retired out of the transport industry. He's probably not watching tonight, but I'll let him know that his time he's spent talking to me over the last year or two, or even before that. He had very strong concerns about different intersections, and so his way of explaining it, rather than ringing me, writing to me, he said, "Oh, look, jump in the car with me and I'll show you the behaviour I want to talk to you about." We sat in a safe spot at Cold Drew Drive as we watched cars move through that intersection with some not intentional but risky behaviour. And similarly, when you go up to Kirkley Gardens, the actual intersections don't direct the eastbound cars that well. I have raised these sort of issues in the council before, and I've raised issues around crossings and line marking. We had issues with learners not being able to position themselves properly when being tested because our line markings weren't there. In this case, it's Transport for New South Wales' challenge. But within days of him sitting me outside Cold Drew, there was an accident. The accident occurred in relation to the types of issues he was raising. So I think it's important, whilst the repair work is being done on the Mount Victoria Pass, it provides an opportunity of low volume traffic within this sector to also look at some of these intersections for repair work, but also look at how pedestrians use that zone and how they cross the Great Western Highway. So I just ask that that be added to your list to discuss with Transport for New South Wales, Mayor.
Councillor Fredericks.
Well, I have to agree with Councillor Marnie, specifically pretty much from the bottom of Mount Vic Pass right through to Macca's. The lighting there at night is absolutely horrible, and I believe that, if I remember correctly, that was part of the contributing factor to the 2 deaths that occurred there on the electric scooters. That issue did come to what was TALC, now Transport Forum, and it was discussed at one point about having that area looked at seeing if we needed extra lighting, things like that. We also spoke about the fact that, especially up at the top of Flint McKellen Hill, if you're walking across, 9 times out of 10, you've only got enough time to get into the middle, and there's not enough space to stand in the middle safely before the next round will let you cross the other half of the highway. It was discussed once, and we've received no further updates. So I believe that this is something that we do need to look at. Pedestrian crossings and making them safer. Lighting definitely needs to be put along there in vast numbers, because we're no longer a little bridge connecting one spot to another. We're actually starting to mobilise. We're getting more and more, the diversion route, 12,000 vehicles a day. We know we've got vehicles coming through, and if we've got major blind spots in large residential built-up areas, we've got some serious problems, and this is Transport's responsibility. This is their road. And it shouldn't be up to councillors to have to show this and make them aware of this. They should be noticing this themselves.
Thank you, Councillor Frederick. Any further debate on this topic? Councillor Ring?
Look, believe that it needs to go from the South Bowenfells area through to Marangaroo to Reserve Road. This was also discussed in an emerging economy meeting where the previous director was to have negotiated or started discussions looking at all the intersections. So what Councillor Marnie has brought up is just reiterating what we've discussed before. And that discussion was initiated because to utilise or develop the Marangaroo urban release area, the Transport for New South Wales were requesting a major flyover, significant amount of money. They were allegedly moving away from that. I don't know if that's still the case, but the idea was to look at it because not only those areas, go to Gerraween Drive, come out and turn right. It is bloody dangerous. And there's not a lot we can do about it, but we need to look at it. And if that means having those residents turn left, go up, do a U and come back, if that's the safest option, we need to do it. You're not going to get a roundabout there because it's on a hill. You're coming up over a slope, you're not going to see it. So we need to be looking at that extended area.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Any further debate on this matter? Do you would like a right of reply, Councillor Marnie?
Very briefly. I concur with both the Councillor Fredericks and Councillor Ring. If we're doing a traffic safety audit, extending to those points isn't a significant add-on. We may as well do the job well once and look at all those intersections whilst we've got an opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We move on to my second mayoral minute, which is the response to the New South Wales 2026-27 budget. The New South Wales government has handed down its final budget before the 2027 state election. From a regional perspective, the central issue is clear. The budget favours communities in Western Sydney more than those west of the Blue Mountains. Measures such as toll relief and public transport fare caps may assist those households in Sydney, but they do little for communities such as Lithgow, which continues to face challenges, including deteriorating road infrastructure, limited transport options, housing affordability pressures, access to healthcare services, and the increasing cost of living. Lithgow has helped power New South Wales for generations and possess the assets required to succeed in a changing economy, including energy infrastructure, industrial land, a skilled workforce, strong road and rail connections, and strategic access to both Western Sydney and the Central West. However, these opportunities will not automatically translate into local jobs and economic growth without targeted investments from all levels of government in housing, enabling infrastructure, skills development, healthcare, education, and transport resilience. While renewable energy projects may form an important part of the state's economic strategy, regional communities such as Lithgow should also share its benefits. If investment and economic returns are concentrated elsewhere, communities that host and support this transition risk carrying the burden without receiving a fair share of the opportunities and benefits it creates. Lithgow is simply seeking a fair distribution of government funding that recognises our contribution to the state's past, our challenges in the present, and our potential for future. The recommendation is follows: that Council endorse the mayoral minute. 1. 2. Continues its advocacy to ensure Lithgow receives the investment required to support future growth, including improvements to road and rail infrastructure, energy infrastructure, industrial land development, skills and workforce initiatives, and stronger connections to Western Sydney and the Central West. I'll now open it up for debate. Councillor Ring?
Look, I agree with this. It's not good. There's an election coming up, if anyone didn't notice, with sort of Facebook activity. But with the election coming up, we also need to organise in that advocacy to go and meet with the leader of the Liberal Party and the National and see what they're going to do. What is their commitment to our region? And play some wedge politics, get them to commit it. So I don't know, do we need to change? Would you like to change just that wording or just leave it open as it is?
So what would you like to change?
Well, I'd like to add that possibly a third point that we organise a meeting with the leader of the coalition, leaders of the coalition, to determine their level of support for regional New South Wales and Lithgow in particular.
Yeah, happy to accept that point. Did you get
Thank
that, the minute taker?
I think we need to get as
Is he happy to put the One Nation in as well, because they look like they're going to play a big part?
I don't see a problem with that either.
Oh, look, I've got
I
no
think we should
problem
meet
with
with
that.
all leaders.
I'm not sure they're going to play a big part, but the polls, the election will sort that out. But yeah, they're polling well, so let's meet with them as well.
Yeah, I think we meet with all, quite
Yeah.
frankly.
So yeah, I'm happy for that to go in. We need to meet them. We need to get commitments, and particularly with the transitioning of our economy, as much as I hate that word, we need to ensure we get as much support as possible moving forward. Not bullshit. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Any further debate?
I've got a Mayor. You've indicated rail infrastructure there. I think we're a bit past the rail infrastructure now, given the fact that the site up at the Scenic Hill has been overtaken. It was been purchased by the group from Oberon. I noticed that the land around the site on that railway side from Colhatton, the mechanic, up to Scenic Hill has also now got a sold sign on it. It's been up for sale for about 15 years. It's now been sold. I'm assuming that it's probably the same owners. I don't know whether we're now in the position to look at rail infrastructure, given that site has now been sold all the way along there. I know that there'd be nothing on the other side of the railway line, but I'm not sure that rail infrastructure will be something we need to levy now, other than the fact that we've got all the trains from Sydney stabled in the Lithgow depot.
I think it's important that we keep it there just in case, Councillor Tyson. Just, you never know what's going to happen in the future. Is there any other further commentary? No? I'll put them on.
Sorry, could I just clarify for you? Rail infrastructure isn't related specifically just to that project. It's related to the broader rail network, correct? Thank you.
If there's no further debate, I'll put the mayor a minute. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll move
I
on.
move a procedural motion.
Yeah, what would you like to do, councillor?
We have an audience in regards to 6.5, I think. I don't think it's appropriate to leave it till the end of the meeting to 6.2 and 6.5, I think. I was wondering whether we could move those two forward so that the audience can hear what we've got to say and then move away. Some of them are from outlying areas,
Yeah,
as is the group
is there
from the
any
Energy
objection
Australia.
to that from the, yeah, I have no problem. Is there any objection from the other councillors to move
I'll
that?
second that.
There's no objection to that. It doesn't look like it. Yep, so we'll move those two now. So we head to 6.5.
Doing 6.5? Okay, I've got to leave the room, sorry.
So you're doing 6.5. Right. So that's councillor. Okay, so 6.5, that's Lithgow's council's position in regards to the Lake Lyell Pump Hydro project. Over to you, Councillor Smith. This is your motion. You'd like to read it out and then speak to it, please? And is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Fredericks.
As council would be aware, there was a number of questions I noticed that was put up at the last council meeting, which I've got to be honest, I wasn't really sort of happy about how they were actually answered by our...
Just before you continue, I just need to know what you're moving. Are you moving what's on the...
I am moving what's on there, yes.
On the page. Okay, just checking. Yep. Continue.
Now, a lot of those questions really weren't answered very well by our administration. Now, one regard I've got to actually say that has been actually sorted. The unendorsed submission has been dropped and taken out of the system, which I investigated and found that the endorsed submission does stand now, and I show respect to the administration for getting that done. But unfortunately, when we move on with various points of what's gone on with this particular project, we are starting to find out now the high impacts of what no one would have known. Some of these things were hidden away in EIS. We were told, wait for the EIS, it will give us everything. Well, I'll be honest, I missed some of the things in the EIS, and I picked up some of these things only through what come out in the EPA papers and the Water New South Wales papers, and I found that they were quite damning of some of the things that they required as far as what was required for this project. Now, this is why I put up this particular recommendation. I would like to request that the proponents supply the information which they have not been supplying all along in the 5 years that they've been negotiating with the public on this project. And we heard that tonight from one of their representatives, 5 years. We only find out in the last probably 5 minutes, virtually, of what the real impacts are. Our future lies with not a sugar hit, where we just have a fly-in project and then move out. We need more than that. We were discussing that earlier, what we need, various things to build this town up. And this is not going to be one of those things. This is why I don't see this as a project that is worthwhile long-term for this area. Now, we had an Energy Australia Consultation Committee meeting only just recently. And at that meeting, a lot of those people on that committee did not even know these high impact areas. They only found that out at the last meeting. Now, if Energy Australia claims they've done very good consultation, then why was it something like 80% opposition in submissions that went into the state planning? There's that many areas that have not been accounted for, and I cannot give this project any merit whatsoever. And I can't say that this particular proponents have been forthcoming with the information. So the recommendation I'm putting up stands, the 4 points I'm putting in there. And as for the operator out there at the Lake Lyell, I was thinking about actually saying, yeah, right, we might drop that off. But no, I don't think we should, because this is a business engagement that this guy has. And I think this should be rectified as well. He should be informed. The proponents haven't been anywhere near him to tell him what's going on. They didn't even hold one of their pop-up meetings down there. Heaven knows why. So he doesn't know what's going on, and council themselves haven't even been near the guy. So this is not focused at the state government sending the information out. This is focused at the proponents sending out the information so that the public can really see what this project is really worth.
Councillor Fredericks?
We all heard during the public forum, but thank you to Sarah for coming in and giving us the rundown on exactly how many social media posts, letterbox drops, pamphlets, and community consultations have been involved in this process. But my question is, how many of those specifically stipulated the 13.5 metre drop during construction? 0. No, that information was buried in over 5,000 pages in the EIS. And yes, it's available 24/7 for those that want to go and view it, but it was only on display for 28 days during massive holiday periods, so not many people actually had the time to scurry through it and get all those details. And this is what the issue is. Proponents for these renewables, whether it's hydro, turbines, what have you, they hide significant impacts into the EIS. And frankly, it's absolute bullcrap. These are our communities, and we're the caretakers of this community. We're elected by our community to be fully informed of everything that's going on here. And when we have proponents that specifically and purposely hide major information amongst 5,000 pages of words that most people can't even understand, it's really a dog shot. It's not great, and it's not beneficial for the community. This is the issue that we are having. We are not being given all of the relevant information. We're being forced to search for it, and that shouldn't be the case. The Lithgow LGA is our responsibility. And if you're not going to be upfront and honest with us, you're going to have a fight on your hands for it.
Any further commentary? Councillor Evangelides, then I'll come to you,
I'm
Councillor.
just a bit confused. So the recommendation is that we ask Energy Australia to make that information public?
Yep.
Do we have the power to do that?
We can request, we can't demand, my
Okay.
assumption.
Cool. That's all.
It says request in the recommendation. Councillor Statham and then Councillor Goodwin wanted to ask something.
I believe in transparency, and it is disappointing to know, after looking at the EIS and speaking to other people, that perhaps there has been some misunderstandings or they've taken some shortcuts, it appears, or something, because I have found out just in the last week or so by talking to other people that are concerned people that this has not been really a transparent situation, and we need transparency. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. Councillor Goodwin?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'm not in the room, but I would like to acknowledge the genuine concerns that the community have about the Lake Lower Pumped Hydro proposal. The people are anxious about the water levels, the environmental impacts, the geotechnical risks, and the future of a much-loved recreational asset. Those concerns are real, and Council have already reflected on them in its formal endorsed submission, which now stands as the sole position of Council. However, despite the understanding and the intent behind this motion, I can't support it. And I've got a couple of reasons why. The motion asks Council to demand the proponents make public all project details. This is not something that Council could compel someone to do. State significant developments are governed by Environmental Planning and Assessment Act. The Department of Planning determines what information is publicly released. Council cannot override that statutory process. The correct avenue for requiring the additional disclosure is through the department, not through a Council resolution directed at the proponent. Number two, the motion asks Council to support all pre-approvals and support all post-approvals. This is inappropriate. Council should not pre-commit support for approvals made by EPA, Water New South Wales, NPWS or DCCDEW. These agencies make decisions based on evidence, statutory tests and environmental safeguards. Council's role is to assess the impacts, advocate for the community and make submissions, not automatically endorse approvals before the event even exists. This clause would effectively blind Council to support the project if the state approves it, regardless of the community views or new information. That is not a responsible governance. The motion also asks Council to support overwhelming submissions of the response opposing the project. Council's already done this. Our endorsed submission clearly outlines concerns about environmental impacts, tourism disruption, water level variations and long-term risks. We don't need a second resolution that duplicates or contradicts our existing formal position. The motion also asks Council to engage with the Lake Lyell operator about the future impacts. The management's already confirmed that the caretaker deed is in place until 2028. The Council has also resolved to begin a new lease process in 2027. Engagement with the operator is also occurring as part of the normal asset management. As a resolution, this is not required. The motion risks creating confusion about our position. Council has one endorsed submission. It's clear, it's detailed, and is already lodged. Passing this motion would create a second conflicting position, one that pre-commits Council to supporting approvals while simultaneously opposing the project. That inconsistency would weaken Council's credibility with the department, the proponent, and the community. The motion asks Council to perform functions outside its statutory role. Council does not regulate the SSDs. Council does not control disclosure requirements, and Council does not approve or reject the project. Our role is to advocate, to submit evidence-based concerns, to manage our own assets, not to duplicate the state's assessment process. And for these reasons, statutory limitations, duplicative existing decisions and inconsistency, I can't support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Any further speakers? Councillor Money?
Thank you, Mayor.
Hang on. Councillor Statham, can I ask you just to turn your microphone off because it needs to come across? Thank you.
Thank you. My position on this proposal's fairly clear. I did put in a personal submission which was opposing it. I'll talk to the councillors, and I've had a similar position the entire way through, noting that there were changes made by the proponent as far as the positioning and the facing of the upper dam. A common thing that's coming through around the concern of residents around significant proposal is the opaqueness or perceived opaqueness or the actual opaqueness or the superficiality of the consultation process. We're struggling to get a social licence or a community licence for projects, which I've seen in other regions. This has been perhaps better done. I will acknowledge that Energy Australia came out very early in interacting with the community, and I attended their very first public meeting. So I do want to be clear that there has been an effort made there. I think it would be churlish of me to say that they just haven't done it. I think the point that Councillor Smith makes, that one of the key concerns, and one of the big concerns that's raised with me, is what happens to the recreational opportunities that were presented by the lake. And that was really an opportunity probably lost not to have a pop-up at Lake Lyle. It provided an opportunity to talk to that group of users and pick up their concerns on going forward on that. Councillor Goulburn spoke to a lot of legalities in there, so it's a difficult thing to make a clear comment on without us really maybe putting this through a councillor information session or surrounding those. I think the point 3 is something that we clearly understand and we clearly hold as a council as far as a majority vote, that the council does oppose the project. People have arrived at that at different points, perhaps, but there is a clear rationale why I believe, well, certainly for me as a councillor, why I opposed it. In regard to the operator of the Lake Lyle camping ground, I think again it's an affected business. I think that was a lost moment that should have been done. So I support the intent of what the councillor Smith has brought forward. I also acknowledge the comments and the work that's been done by Energy Australia. I don't want to represent them as not putting the work in. Key issues like the 13.5 metre water level variation is a significant drop in the water levels, and it's a significant impact on the use of that. So I also think that we've entered an era where we want proponents to be transparent, and they are to a certain extent, but is a developed opaqueness to the situation that we can't view through it because there's 6,000 pages to view. Now, I cannot easily read 6,000 pages in a very short period when I've got a full-time job and I've got other things happening. So for me to work through that creates an unnecessary disadvantage to communities, and I'm sure communities approaching other major projects are feeling the same way. I think there's an onus on all proponents to provide a summary, and they need to be cognizant of the issues that are going to raise concerns with the community, and they need to have those clearly stated so that there can be some attempt at building a social licence or with the community. So I understand the intent of what Councillor Smith's done. I've listened carefully to Councillor Goodwin. Some of the statements you made, Councillor Goodwin, it is up to the EPA, Water New South Wales National Parks and Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water to make their assessments of the EIS. The pre-approval process has concluded, we could, as the council, send a correspondence endorsing the findings of those government agencies. But it's the moment's moved on regardless. But anyway, so in principle, I'll support the motion, even though there is some issues with point 2, but I don't think it is a problem for us as a council to reflecting on that advice that those agencies are given, that we provide a response to the minister just to say that we concur with those points.
Thank you, Councillor Miney. Any further commentary? Councillor Tyson?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want a sec. Mayor, on the 28th of October 24, I think it was our second meeting of council. Council Resolution 24208 resolved that Lithgow City Council oppose any pumped hydro project facilities within our local government area. That was moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Fredericks. The division confirmed that it was only Councillor Ring who voted against it. That still is current on the books. That hasn't been rescinded or anything, is it? It's still
current. There's no rescission motion that's ever been put forward. It's still in play.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Any further debate? I hand over to Councillor Smith for right of reply.
Taking on board what a lot of the other councillors said here, I can understand Councillor Goodwin's views on the different rules and regulations. But I think the main thing we have to really seriously look at here is credibility. 5 years of not giving information until the last minute, we have to find out through some way that comes through a backdoor way of bringing the information back to us. Now, I don't think that's good enough. I've also seen during this whole process some very, very poor community engagements. Some of it has been quite devastating to people mentally. Some of the stuff, how it's done, is done in a fairly submissive way to get people on board, to purely sign up, to be bluntly, to put it, gagged. Now, if that's what you've got to do to get a project which has got that much in opposition against us, I think you've got problems. Now, I appreciate the support that everybody's putting here, but I just believe that for something that's just a sugar hit, as I said before, this is something that'll just come in, it'll be constructed, and they'll move on, leaving only a handful of jobs. Probably 15 at the most. The Lithgow camping ground employs 15 itself. Now, if it goes down 13.5 metres and never recovers, so we're status quo then, 15 jobs for 15 jobs, 15 jobs gained for 15 jobs lost. And the council asset gone. And probably the best tourist destination we've got in this area gone. I don't believe it holds any merit at all. I don't think it even fulfills the stats that the state government requires on the head of the project. It doesn't hit sustainable head for the actual project. There's many things about it. Hidden away in a lot of these little documents is things called PSEs. You've got to find out what a PSE is if you want me to explain what a PSE is. It's a permanent spoil emplacement, which is something that will be left there forever. In other words, it's a rock pile, excess rock dumped. So some of it will be used for, as I've spoken to the proponents on this, some of it will be used for switch yards, some will be used to bury the old Farmer's Creek, some will be used for a dam wall, but there's a good chance a lot of it won't be used and it'll be still sitting up there on Mount Walker. Now, we've got probably something up there that's probably never been touched. It's probably the iconic mountain in this area. And you can imagine what it's going to actually look like in the end. down 13.5 metres for 6 months. That's the first time that I've actually heard that, was tonight. I would have speculated even more when you consider the amount of work that would have to be done during that period. So you might as well say, as a recreational area, and also with all the flora, the fauna, everything else that goes along, you might as well say it'll be gone forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Division, yep. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Statham, Councillor Evangelides, Councillor Smith, Councillor Marnie, Councillor Fredericks, Councillor Tysos, Councillor Coleman, and can someone please ask Councillor Goodwin how he votes?
I vote against.
And Councillor Goodwin is against. The matter still has been carried. Thank you. Can someone please ask Councillor Ring to come back in the room? Just waiting for Councillor Ring. Thank you, Councillor Ring. We now move on to 6.2. Councillor Fredericks, do you have a seconder?
I do.
Thank you, Councillor Tysos. I'll get you to read out your recommendation and speak to it.
So, as council is aware, a number of state significant developments are either proposed or expected within the Lithgow local government area. Given the scale and long-term impacts of these developments on the Lithgow local government area, its infrastructure, future planning and council resources, it is important that council establishes a clear and consistent position on each proposal before formal submissions are prepared and lodged. This approach would help avoid confusion regarding council's position and ensure that future submissions accurately reflect the views of the elected council. It would also provide an opportunity for councillors, community members and project proponents to engage in meaningful conversation regarding the benefits, impacts and expectations associated with each development. While the approval of state significant developments ultimately rests with the New South Wales Government, councillors remain responsible for the stewardship of the Lithgow government area. Whether a proposal is approved or rejected, the consequences of that decision will ultimately fall upon council. The impacts on infrastructure, services, future planning and community expectations will remain long after individual councillors have left office. For this reason, council should take a proactive and informed approach to each proposal and determine a clear position before any formal submissions are prepared or lodged. A thorough assessment should be undertaken of each proposal, including consideration of financial impacts, infrastructure requirements, environmental impacts, impacts on future land use and planning, and any proposed community benefit, compensation or voluntary planning agreement arrangements. Engagement should also occur with project proponents to ensure council fully understands the scope of each development, while providing an opportunity to advocate for outcomes that appropriately recognise the impact these projects may have on the Lithgow local government area. Recommendation?
Yeah, if you could do that, please.
All right. Recommendation 1, that council prepare a report outlining all current and proposed state significant developments within the local government area, including the nature and scale of each development, the type of renewable energy and associated infrastructure proposed, the amount of land required or proposed to be cleared, expected construction and operational timeframes, anticipated impacts on local infrastructure and services, anticipated impacts on future planning and land use, and any proposed community benefit, compensation or voluntary planning agreement arrangements. 2, that councillors participate in a workshop with the proponents of each state significant development proposed in the Lithgow government area. 3, that councillors participate in a workshop with community groups and stakeholders representing a range of views regarding the proposed developments. And 4, following the completion of the report and workshops, council consider and determine its position on each state significant development and establish guiding principles for any future council submissions relating to the proposals.
Thank you, Councillor Fredericks. That was a big mouthful.
Yeah, now, the reason why I brought this in is because we were all caught red-faced with the hydro submission. Okay, like that 13.5 metre hidden significant issue. We as a council need to actually have these meetings with the proponents, with those that oppose them, with those that are for them. It would even be great if we could get councils from other areas that have gone through similar processes and have these type of things in their areas to find out what impact was on their local infrastructure, what impact was on their businesses. Even if it's positive, we do need all that information. We do need to know what we are looking at having occur here, because the state will pass this if the state believes that it's beneficial. But we need to know what our bottom line is going to be. How many roads are we going to look at having to replace? Have we got the water resources ready to go for camps and things like that for workers? How much is that going to cost for us to set up and get going? These are all questions that we do as a council need to have answered and prepared and ready, and that is a part of the decision-making process we need. I understand the renewable rollout is coming whether people like it or not, but the more prepared we are, the better. And reopening it up for the proponents to come in and tell council what it is. This is an olive branch. Don't hide things from us, because at the end of the day, it's our necks on the line here. It's our scalps that they're going to come after, not yours. But we do need all of the information, no matter how insignificant you believe it is as a proponent. Things can't keep getting buried, because that is why so many people are constantly up in arms and are against these type of things, because things get buried that you have to go digging to find. And 9 times out of 10, they end up being a very significant part of the entire process. Come, be open, be upfront, be honest, tell us everything, and then we may be able to work with you. You give the community that opportunity to be open, honest, and fully transparent, they're going to be more receptive. But the more these proponents hide things, the harder it is for the community to trust they do have the best interest at heart.
Thank you, Councillor Fredericks. Councillor Tussis?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to congratulate Councillor Fredericks on not only the motion but the way she's put it across, because the council needs to learn that the fact that developers want to come in and put something in the community, we need to know what all the impacts are and what all the things are behind what they're trying to do. Otherwise, it becomes just a complete yes minister scenario where if we don't ask the right question, we're never going to get the right answer. So I congratulate her on it and happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tussis. Councillor Smith?
I support Councillor Fredericks' motion here. This is exactly what I was just on about in the last item. And as you've seen, if we've learnt from our mistake, it's got to be the pumped hydro. So do we want these people that are proposing wind farms and everything else to go through the same procedures where information is not going out there? It's not transparent. I know we probably can't beat the state government if they make a decision on it and it's state significant and whatever, but at least, as Councillor Frederick said, we've got to know what the options are. We can't just go in blind and accept these things. We need to know the full deal. Now, we've just learned a lesson here with this hydro stuff. We find out at the 11th hour virtually of a 13.5 metre drop. Now, you don't want the same thing happening with the wind farms or anything else for that matter. Now, I would like to see the proponents of any type of project go out there and be realistic with the public, not play one against the other, not try to buy people off. This is what's happening in a lot of these communities. It's farmer against farmer, person against person, because this is how these proponents tend to work. Now, I agree with what Liz is putting there. Councillor Fredericks is putting there. Whether we can impress that onto the state government, I'm not sure, but I certainly support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ring?
I have an amendment I'd like to move.
Sure, what's your amendment?
I do commend Councillor Fredericks for bringing this. And look, a lot of what's there we're already doing. I'd like to just modify the first point so that it reads that the administration writes to the Honourable Paul Toole, seeking his support in requesting the Honourable Paul Scully MP, Minister for Planning and Public Spaces, to prepare a report on all current proposed state significant developments within the Lithgow local government area, including all the dot points she's got on one, I want kept. The second, I'd like to delete 2, 3 and 5. I'd like to modify point 4 so that members of groups representing communities in relation to SSDs are invited to a planning working party to discuss specific concerns.
Is that all your change?
That's all I've got.
I'm happy to second that
Okay.
amendment.
Could I please just see that written up?
Sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because I am happy to replace that recommendation
With that?
with that.
Yeah, no, that's
It
fine.
looks right.
Yeah, look, that's fine.
We'll hold on for a
I think
second.
you pretty much summarised what I was aiming to do and worded it better, which I appreciate.
No,
So
that's
we're
fine.
happy. Do you happy just to get it up on the screen first?
Yeah.
Let's just
Yeah, get it
take
on the
2
screen.
seconds.
Now we'll have coffee. Maybe
We'll just
Scott.
wait for the minute taker. Can we have that repeated, please, Councillor Ring? Can we slow it down, please? Yeah,
I do apologise for not sending it.
from the beginning.
You've got the amendment that was sent to you for the first one. You've got that. It's only the second one you don't have.
If you can approach, that'd be lovely, and then we'll get it up on the screen, and then we can have an informed decision. Just talk amongst yourselves, everybody. As soon as that goes up on the screen, we can then have a little looky, and then we can go from there. Councillor Marnie, thank you. All right. Councillor Fredericks, if you'd like to review it, you either accept it or we go through to amendment.
Would you be okay if point 2 was that members of groups representing state significant projects and those who have gone through the process?
At this point, I think it's critical just to talk to these people and maybe people from Cullen. We can get advice. I actually have
Hang on.
information.
Let's not go into debate, please. So,
Not at this point, but I'll
so
explain.
no. So, you're going to accept it or not?
Yeah, I will accept that because it's pretty much what I wrote. It's just worded better, which I appreciate. Thank you.
All right. So,
Okay.
if Councillor Fredericks is happy to accept that, I'll come to you.
Okay. Look, I agree with the questions. We do have a lot of information, but we don't have the staff resources, let's be honest. The state government, and at the national conference last week in Canberra, there was a regional forum, and there was a section about renewables, opportunities, and risks or something. There's some commissioner for renewables we never heard of was there. A council asked why are the regions copying all of these and why isn't it being done in Sydney? Now his flippant response was, well, the land's too expensive in Bondi. I'm sorry, I saw red, I got up and I sort of ripped into him. as the mayor. I was quite vocal about it. It was not the price of land in Sydney. The wind turbines were supposed to go out in the water. I told them to cut through all the BS. It's all about votes. It's the same with energy from waste. It's about votes. It's a lack of political integrity. Let the state government provide the answers. We have a working party. We invite the groups. And what I find interesting is there's very little opposition out there to batteries. I don't like batteries, but I'm working with the companies in my other area. Wind turbines, they're state significant. We need to be at the table. As for the costs, Midwestern Council had a major company, I can't remember the company, but they did a review on the economic impacts on their community. It's publicly available. And it was staggering. They nearly lost their tourism industry. And I was at the public meeting on the Friday, I think it was Geneva, or down at Meadow Flat, and the residents there and a local federal member, and I made it very clear. We need to be at the table to ensure water, waste, sewage, roads are dealt with adequately. Councils around us, talking to the mayors, have been screwed over by some proponents by not having really tight contracts on roads. We've got the technology. Now, these ladies and gentlemen here, they've got legitimate concerns, and I support them. But if we don't tie up those loose ends and ensure that the broader rate base is not getting shafted, then we fail our duty. When it comes to the EIS, if all of this council is to vote against it, I have no problem. I'll even support it. All the proponents that I'm dealing with know my views. I don't like wind turbines. I don't like batteries. But that's the way of the world it's moving. What will happen is, as a council, when these come through, if we vote to not support it, automatically it triggers an independent planning commission review. But these residents are also right. We need to be working more closely with them. What are the legitimate concerns? 700 metres for a massive wind turbine, too close. And unfortunately, it's not an excuse. We are all spread very thin, either working long hours or interested in far too much and trying to do too much. But we have to go in and say to these companies, we don't want them here. But we need to form that position based on the legislation, based on whatever guidelines there, and have a firm position. That's not going to stop the wind turbines, but we may be able to get them pushed back from the residents. We may be able to get some mitigation. And quite frankly, that's the best we can hope for. With these issues, it's very easy to be emotive, get passionate. But as councillors, we have to take a step back, look at the legislation, look at what has occurred in the Independent Planning Commission. I've got a webpage where, and these people are aware of it, that I've got the IPC reports there. It's no good going down rabbit holes that are being knocked back relentlessly by the IPC. They've got to find areas that will have teeth. If they can't find them, we can't help them, then we have to try and mitigate it the best we can and make sure we get the best possible outcome for our community. That's why I've moved the amendment like this. But we need to have that meeting, and I'll be requesting Director Elwood to organise a planning meeting just on this as soon as possible, so we can work through the issues, so we can throw it up on the screen, so we can get summaries done of some of the guidelines, because there's a lot of information. We need to get the succinct information, cut through a lot of it. We don't have time to sit down and all of us read through several hundred pages. That's a problem with the EIS. And I raised this in Canberra. EIS is 9,000 pages plus. It's a lot of information. Our council doesn't have the resources to review them, or the expertise, or the funds. We need to do the best we can. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Councillor Statham.
Look, we all realise that council do receive, the administration receives regular updates from the SSD applications, and they're publicly exhibited, but they only are the staff receive only the publicity that has been released, nothing embargoed. Now, I think it's about time. I felt embarrassed yesterday when I had probably 15 people, maybe 16, in a speech that somebody was giving, asked how much is Lithgow Council getting for being neutral about the turbines. I said, I don't know. They said, well, how come you don't know? You're a councillor. I said, well, we only know what we've been told. But listening tonight, you know, we're so privileged to know that we've got a lot of SSDs going on in our district, and we welcome every one of them. But I think it's about time that Lithgow Council stood up, spoke out, and gave us an indication of what offers they've had. People were saying out loud, and I'm sure there's people here tonight that heard that, you know, how much money is Lithgow Council getting? They're being neutral? It's too much to be neutral now. We need to get up and stand up and speak out. The Mayor of Bathurst certainly made it very clear what they're doing, and we know other people out towards the west are doing what they're doing, but it seems quite a shame now that it's embargoed for the councillors, which means then the people in the public at this stage. It's been going on now for a couple of years. So I would really like the council to eventually make a decision on this so that we don't feel embarrassed when anyone talks about it. And I believe that Councillor Frederick is right. We need things to be upfront and everything transparent. There's no point in pushing something around and then thinking, well, we should have known about that and we don't know about it. So I feel very, the state significant developers that come here have got faith in us to come to in the first place, but we need to be more open, more transparent, and most of all, make sure that the councillors have an active interest in it. Thank you.
Councillor Evangelides.
It's not council's management's job to defunct or disprove any developer's application. It's incredibly naive to suggest any developer is going to give you every bit of information regardless of whether it's positive or negative. It's just not how the world works. They're putting forward their best foot. There's community groups. I feel very informed. I don't think we need any of this. I feel informed thanks to community groups, thanks to listening to the community. I don't feel in any way uneducated on these proposals. Management don't have the time. You need a team of people on this. It's up to each councillor to find the information they need to get. I get everything from the anti-hydro group, from the Wormhole. I mean, I'm pro-turbines, but in this particular case, they're twice as big, so I think they should be twice as far. Not 1.5k, they should be 3.5k. That's just my simplistic thinking, but I feel totally informed. We've had enough meetings from the developers. We've been to enough community meetings. We can't waste council management time on this. Sure, send a letter, ask a few things, but if you really want to do this, you need a team of people, and it's not their job. That's our job as councillors.
Councillor Goodwin. You write a reply afterwards. Councillor Goodwin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to acknowledge the intent behind this motion. Councils absolutely need to be clear, consistent with their information when responding to state significant developments. Our community rightly expects transparency and strong advocacy. As said before, I won't go over everything that everyone else has said, but management's advised that council does not have the staff capacity or specialist expertise to produce reports. Engaging consultants would require significant costs and time, and management has been clear that this would mean deferring or cancelling projects already in the 26-27 operational plan. In a year where council is already managing tight cash flow, deferred capital works, and major financial sustainability reforms, this is not responsible use of limited resources. I agree with what Thomas said also, but as the amendment stands, I'm happy with the amendment. I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Before I hand over to you, Councillor Marnie, I'll just say a few words. In principle, I believe that Councillor Frederick's motion is what we actually need. And we do need to be fully informed. And as we heard in the previous debate, when Councillor Smith put forward his recommendation, there was information hidden in the environmental impact statement. I'm pleased that Councillor Fredericks has accepted Councillor Ring's amendment, because our state member needs to be involved. He is the member for Bathurst. Paul Toole is the member for Bathurst. We need to have him involved in the process. And he was the architect of the legislation when he was in government, so he probably knows more than what a lot of us know. So that's really important that we seek his support. Then he can go to the Minister for Planning. The council has neither the staff capacity or the expertise to provide the information in regards to the proposed SFDs. And I actually clearly believe that Paul Toole seeking support from Paul Scully will actually help us understand better. Councillor Marty?
Just thank Councillor Fredericks for the motion. I'm happy to support it going forward. Just some facts that are out there. There's 4 batteries that are out there at various stations, points of determination, and there's the 3 wind farms and 1 pumped hydro. Now, my understanding, the Pinecrest Solar Farm actually was withdrawn, but that was emerging over the horizon. I think we've got to make a separation between those propositions, because there's a lot of other state significant developments that are in our region, and there can be modifications to how the power station operates. There can be modification to how coal mines operate. I think, if I understand it rightly, the focus is primarily on the renewable projects. I think the key thing also to keep in mind with batteries is they have other roles other than being an enabling piece of infrastructure to other renewable activities. They also play a role in flattening out supply. We've got 1/3 of residents have made their own decisions, despite our bigger conversations, to put rooftop solar, and I think it's about 4 million people in the country. They create peaks in energy supply, which there's opportunities to store that in batteries to release during demand periods. So the batteries have got a 2-fold role. So I don't want to see they just get captured as a tow-along auxiliary bit of infrastructure to wind farms and solar farms. People who know my background, I am a supporter of renewable energy. I'm hoping that at some stage we will have renewable energy within our wastewater treatment. Our highest expense that we draw rates on out of the ratepayers' pockets is power coming out of the grid. We need to have some settings where microsystems will support those functions. What's the issue for the community is once they move up in their scale, those people who knew my stand on the waste incineration as an energy to waste to energy proposition, I was strongly opposed to it well before it came in front of the council, and that's considered a renewable, but its ability to keep its impacts on site were very limited in my mind, and the impacts of dioxins and other releases into valleys that had inversion layers put over top of them, I couldn't support it. Similarly, the pumped hydro I thought was the wrong. I'm a supporter of pumped hydro, but not this proposition. So I'm going to make my decisions based on merit on each project and what that project brings to the table. Now, we've had a series of meetings. I'm pretty confident, with the exception of the private land propositions that I've sat in, if it's not been hosted by council, been hosted by the proposed company. We need to put those questions, some of the questions Councillor Evangelidis put. If you've got turbines within close proximity to residents that are 285 metres tall, there's an issue. And that's a design issue, and those design issues turn potentially a desirable outcome into an unacceptable project. And I will take the same approach, and I've done it consistently. I wrote a personal and detailed submission to the waste energy. I wrote a personal and detailed submission to the pumped hydro, in both cases opposing it. The fact that I'm not playing my cards early isn't suggesting that I'm not thinking about the issue. But I'll look at all the batteries, and also I've got to look at the complexity around private land versus public land. We made a decision as a state government to bring in enabling legislation in the previous government that turbines could be built on state land. Now, there's an obvious income pathway there, but what it's done is it's embedded these propositions in a fairly densely residential area. I can hear a noise going in the background, so I know what that's a signal for, and like the community, I'll wind up at that point. But I'm very supportive of what Councillor Frederick's trying to do.
Thank you, Councillor Money. Everybody's spoken. You're right to reply.
I am very thankful for the edit that Deputy Mayor Ring gave, because that removes the cost of doing the report outlining everything from council, moves it back to state where it belongs. I have every piece of faith possible that Paul Toole will back us up in this, and he'll be that annoying little pest in Parliament and go, "Oi, Scully, we're waiting for that report. Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go." Because that is what we need, and we do need to have that readily available for our residents. It needs to be readily there, readily able to be read and understood. It needs to be in terminology that everyone understands. And that's the whole point of this. It feels like we're starting back from square one with all of this, doing the meetings, getting all the information. But we learnt from pumped hydro. Some things do get hidden. And like I said, this is literally an olive branch to these proponents and future ones to come. If you're truthful, transparent, and upfront with us, the community is more than likely going to go, all right, well, let's actually talk. If you are willing, for instance, with the turbines, okay, yep, having a McKay to homes, that's no, we don't want that. So are you willing to move it another 2 k's away? So that way there is a 3 kilometre buffer zone. We have to be able to negotiate. And we're their voice. They elected us to be their voice. So whether or not people feel like it should fall on the council to do, we're the stewards of this LGA. This is our job. It is our job to advocate for our residents. It is our job to go into negotiations with these type of things to get the best possible outcome. So thank you for allowing me to bring it in, and thank you for Deputy Mayor Ring in helping me condense what I was attempting to say.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Division has been called. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Statham, Councillor Evangelidis, Councillor Ring, Councillor Smith, Councillor Marnie, Councillor Fredericks, Councillor Tysus, Councillor Coleman. Where does Councillor Goodwin sit, please?
Yep, I'll vote for it.
Yeah, in favour? Okay, so Councillor Goodwin, the matter's been carried. Thank you.
Procedural motion. We've already been in front of the screens for 2 hours, consistent with work health safety. We should have a 5-minute break.
5-minute break. Happy for you to do. So you're moving that way. Councillor Fredericks seconding that. If there's no 5 or 10? 10 minutes. Move, Councillor Ring. Councillor Fredericks has seconded that. There's no opposition. It's carried. 10 minutes. Thank you. So the Fredericks is moving. Councillor Statham, you happy to second that?
I'll second that.
Thank you very much. We move back into open council. If there's no opposition, that's carried. Welcome back, everybody. We go back to the start of the agenda, which is 2.1, Local Government New South Wales Annual Conference 2026. Do we have any motions, councillors? Councillor Ring?
I'd like to move an amendment.
Are you moving a motion?
I want to change the recommendation into a new motion.
So you're just moving a motion.
Yeah, okay, I'm moving a motion. Okay.
What would you like to move?
First point stays. Second point. I'm sorry, just finding my notes. The second point should read that the Mayor deputy mayor and 2 additional councillors, in parenthesis, to be determined at a future meeting, with a supporting executive senior staff attend the Local Government New South Wales annual conference. Registrations will be funded from the 2026-27 budgets in accordance with policy.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Evangelides is happy to second that.
Okay. We have 3 votes at the State Assembly, and we should take full use of them. We pay a hell of a lot of money to be a member of Local Government New South Wales. Last year, Councillor Fredericks attended as a training opportunity, and I believe that should be offered again through the training budget for an additional councillor to go. We don't know who the mayor or the deputy mayor is going to be at that time. We'll see what happens here come September. It falls how it does. But at least giving the heads up that 4 positions should go, the staff can take advantage of early registrations and bookings and ensure we get the best value for money. As well as the fact that it is a really important learning platform for new councillors, as well as the fact it is brilliant for networking and meeting ministers.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Evangelides.
Yeah, no, I concur with Councillor Ring. I think it should be a new councillor each time so they all can get some of the experience. But yep, sounds good.
Any further debate on this item? Councillor Marnie.
I'm happy to support it, Mayor Coleman. I agree it's an opportunity for councillors to understand the broader local government landscape across New South Wales, gives opportunities to meet both metropolitan and regional councils and look at the challenges they've got. I think it's important we use these as development options and we get a range of councillors going. And as Councillor Ring said, it's at this stage, we've still got to wait to resolve the mayor and the deputy mayor. But I thought it worked well last term with the range of councillors attending. So I support it.
Thank you. Any further debate on this item? Right, a reply. Oh, Councillor Goodwin, I'm sorry. Did you wish to say anything?
No, I think it's good. I'm happy with that.
Thank you. Councillor Ring, right reply?
No, just put it, please.
All right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We come to 2.2, Regional Precincts and Partnership Program Grant Approval. I'll be moving the recommendation on the page. I need a seconder.
Yeah, I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. I really strongly believe that we need to support this opportunity. This will actually open up the door to create master plans, which will then create jobs. My understanding is the Hartley Progress Association is in support of this. The Luwerawang Progress Association is in support of this. The Deputy Mayor and I went to see Chris Bowen while we were in Canberra. I made it very clear that the current government cannot forget us. I feel as though if we don't accept this, then we are risking it all. By not accepting the grant, we're not actually providing support to our community, and we need to lead in this space through the energy change. That's why I'm endorsing that we accept the grant and move forward with preparing key employment lands for the future. Councillor Goodwin.
Thank you, Mayor. This funding delivers the enabling work that we must complete before any future industrial activation or capital works where that can occur. It directly addresses the core constraint identified in the Emergency Economy Plan, the shortage of ready-for-market employment land. The report makes it clear that this constraint significantly limits the LGA's capacity to attract high-value industries and new investment. The project covers contamination, heritage, access, servicing, infrastructure gaps, and land economics across our 4 major industry sites, totaling 237,000 square metres. These sites will not progress without this due diligence. It's a low-risk, high-value planning project. There's no construction, no rezoning, no capital commitment. It just simply builds the evidence base required for future Stream 2 funding and future investment attraction. Financially, the grant provides $1.5 million with a $360,000 council contribution from the LEAP budget. Any future works will return to council for separate consideration. Deploying this grant would leave Lithgow without the technical foundation needed to unlock the employment lands and prepare for an economic transition. Accepting this is the responsible and strategic choice. Even undertaking this assists council to attract investors such as self-managed super fund owners, which the last budget handed down last week will potentially be restricted to investing, will particularly be restricted in investing in residential properties, but it may turn them into investing in commercial properties that this funding will potentially unlock. So I'm for this.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Ring?
Yes, we did go and see Chris Bowen, but it has not changed my opinion on this grant application. Councillor Goodwin's correct. Page 10 of 97 of the report, it does state the project responds to a key constraint identified through the Lithgow Economy Plan, that there is a shortage of ready for market employment lands in Lithgow, the city of Lithgow. In the same document, in the LEAP document, Table 3, Section 4.4, it documents the following vacant industrial land in Wallerawang. Heavy industrial, 90.6 hectares. General industrial, 26 hectares. Light industrial, 17 hectares. This plan is focused on Lithgow. Let's look at Tallis. It is a 62 hectare site, of which 7.7 hectares is a heritage core. It is publicly acknowledged that contaminants, PFAS and heavy metals are in the groundwater. Asbestos and chemicals are in the soil. Planning alleged contamination is beneath the buildings. Demolition must proceed for remediation. I don't agree with that. Planning approvals follow 3 parallel regimes. Contaminated land, EPA, under the CLM Act and SEP Resilience and Hazards, Chapter 4. Planning. Council DA, State Significant Development, and Heritage. Local LEP, although it could end up being Section 60. So potential timeframes for this project, given that we have a 2040 deadline for the closure of our mines and power station. Approvals and investigation phase, 2 to 4 years. Demolition, 6 to 18 months. Pace by licensed asbestos removal. Soil remediation, 1 to 3 years. PFAS groundwater contamination will take decades, if it's ever done. Suitable use horizon for this land is 5 to 8 years from a standing start, plus ongoing PFAS management. The risk, state heritage listing, if the Independent Planning Commission determine this site should be state heritage listed, it will impact on the ability to demolish most of the heritage site. So realistically, all things being equal, to make the Tallis land ready for industrial use moving forward, you're looking at 7 to 15 years. Taking into account within the next 2 years is a federal election. Could totally change. Pacific National site, it's been purchased by Ball. Councillor Ticehurst referenced this earlier. They're going to use it for continued manufacturing, possibly continued railway works. There is no need for this council to be involved in that site. The market has determined its use. The Hermitage site, proposal was for ecotourism. We have never been presented with any information from industry that supports this proposal. I could find no information about the land adjoining Pacific National, so I'm not going to reference that. So for me, why was this grant application focused on Lithgow? Why didn't it look at the existing land that's already in Wallerawang, which does not have these contamination issues? These are significant issues. It also the project also identifies the need for a proactive economic diversification as Lithgow transitions from coal mining and coal-fired power station. A review of the leaked document shows that the expansion of the site is for design, development and precision manufacturing of next generation weapon systems for the Australian Defence Force, industrial partners at export. Yet the plan offers no engagement at all with social licence or ethical dimension of making this centrepiece of a just transition. Earlier we were talking about social licence for wind farms, social licence for pumped hydro. The document underpinning this grant has never been taken out to the community. There is no social licence for this community to increase industrial production in the town of Lithgow itself. And as for the defence procurement is not a regional development policy. Commonwealth buys capability at value for money to meet strategic needs. The process, and this is the problem with companies like TELUS, they're purely contingent upon government purchasing. Regardless of how this goes, I believe every council should vote according to their values and their beliefs and their research. This is my opinion. This is my value base. And if we're going to sit here as council and say there's no social licence for these renewable projects, someone tell me where the social licence is for those projects. $330,000 of ratepayers' funds is not a good investment in this project. $330,000 invested in updating plans for Main Street, I could go with, or doing more further work in the Larrawang area. But for this project, no, I can't support it.
Councillor Evangelides, then Councillor Marty, then Councillor Statham.
Thank you, Mayor. I was all set to, vote for this, but the reality is 3 of the sites are privately owned. I mean, we shouldn't be doing research for commercially owned sites. They'll do what they want to do eventually, evidently. Or it's for me, it's the only credible one is the Hermitage site. Can I just ask a question though? If we get this grant, can we actually change? Like, let's just say we had another 3 spots that aren't on that list that we'd prefer to investigate. We can't. So it's really just for those 4. Yeah. I agree with Councillor Ring. 360 grand actually. For me, the Hermitage site, I'd love to see that site developed, 100%. But we all know how $1.5 million in research can sort of go so far. I'd almost think that we could use that 360 for, use a part of it for doing our own stuff on the Hermitage site, and then using it for other things that you can see in the rest of the paper we need money for. So, I'm going to oppose it this time. Normally I wouldn't, but I can only see one legitimate area, location, that needs this money spent on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Statham. Sorry, I'll come to you, Councillor.
I do find this a little bit confusing because you read the project directly supports the Council's economic development and renewable agenda and is a direct outcome of the Lithgow Emerging Economy Plan. It will assist Council in preparing key employment lands for future investment by examining matters such as contamination, heritage access, drainage, infrastructure service, planning constraints and land economics. Then it says that the project does not involve construction or physical development works. It is an enabling planning project intended to create a stronger evidence base for future investments. Then I go over here and it says the project is also consistent with Council's land and strategic planning framework, including the Lithgow 2040 Local Strategic Planning Statement and the Lithgow Land Use Strategy 2010 to 2030. To the extent that it supports planning investigation of employment land opportunities, infrastructure requirements, land use constraints, and future development pathways. The project does not rezone land or approve development. Rather, it provides the evidence base required to inform future planning, infrastructure, and investment decisions. I find this absolutely fantastic that the money We obviously haven't got the funding at this point because it hasn't gone through council. But on my right hand, it's telling me that council want it because it fits in with our planning strategic work. On the left hand, I agree with Councillor Ring and Councillor Evangelistis. To me, it's like, well, if we've got this money, we should be lucky and happy and want to do something with it. But what can we actually do with all that money when we're not going to build anything? I mean, I find it completely outrageous, to be truthful. We get that much money. We should have a plan. We should have already have been given the heads up that, you know, where are you going to build, instead of them coming back to us and say, this is the one. There's wonderful land at two places, Portland and Wallerawang. And I just don't understand. Can somebody tell me, am I missing something?
The General Manager answer all your questions, Councillor Statham.
Through you, Mayor. So the approved funding is for a planning project. So that's what the intent of planning project. And that was the intent of Stream 1 of the Regional Precincts and Partnership Program. So once we have that work done, then we would be in a position to apply for Stream 2, which is actual works. Once we have the planning in place, the plans in place.
Shovel ready, Councillor Statham. You understand what shovel ready means? This is what this means. Councillor Marnie?
Thank you, Mayor. When we agreed to the special rate variation, we agreed to invest 1.1 million in economic transition, diversification of industry centres, activating industry where we could. I am comfortable, but I'd like to ask, geez, I've run out of time pretty quickly there. even I thought it was a short. Can I ask a question before I go further? The growth plan, which is embedded in the LEAP project and is funded through there, is it looking at an employment land strategy? Is that correct?
Director Elwood?
Thank you.
Through yourself, Mayor. Yes, the growth management strategy at a very broad level looks at employment lands, but not down to the very specific level of exactly every potential option. So when it looks at broad lands, it is also not going into the detail at this stage of potential levels of contamination or what sites are best, but it does look at where there's currently utilities or infrastructure servicing specific locations across the LGA around Portland, Lithgow, Wallerawang.
Thank you. So what I'm seeing there is that broadly we're looking at employment lands options throughout all of our localities. So Portland, Wallerawang, in a more higher level piece of planning. What I understand this master plan to be dealing with is a number of complex industrial sites which are sitting, unfortunately, they're all sitting in the Lithgow Valley. And I'm just going to seem like I'm going off on a divergence here, but I think it has something to add to the debate. The Farmers Creek Master Plan took a long while to get in place. Once that came into play, it then became like a debit card.
Sorry, I've got to call a point of order. I don't see the relevance. They're two distinct issues. We're dealing with industrial contaminated land, which is not owned by council.
I don't see a problem with Councillor Marnie referencing the Farmers Creek Master Plan because he's giving an opinion and we're talking about foundation documents and that's what he's referring to. So overruling you. Can Councillor Marnie please continue with your conversation?
Thank you, Mayor, for the ruling. I think the councils will see the link in probably the amount of time we spent on discussing whether I should talk about it. But once the master plan was put in place, then funding bodies look to, which is Stream 2, the actions, the $20 million in this funding round, they looked for the planning that's in Stream 1. So what we did there in a micro scale is we developed the Farmers Creek Master Plan, and subsequently we were able to access government funding. Tell us about your plan. There it is. Tell us about the component. It's on page 47, fifth paragraph. I see these propositions as useful. I listened to the independent member for Fowler today in Parliament speaking about government intervening, and I know people are going to go pull him up again, but intervening to deal with the steel industry. It's not a public industry, it's a private industry. Now, governments will intervene to assist private industries or private settings if it's in the interest of their community. Now, I will acknowledge Councillor Ring made an important point. We're not good at building a social licence with our community about what we're proposing. And so we're seeing the evidence of that in the earlier conversations where communities are really upset with us, and not always at our fault, but that we've failed to do that groundwork. So I'm seeing the growth plan as being the broader employment lands investigation funded out of the LEAP program. I'm seeing this as an opportunity to work with private landholders to unlock potential industrial parcels within the Lithgow area. I think we've all, well certainly I've felt the need to challenge staff. We're giving you 1.1 million. We don't want you just to spend the 1.1 million and that's it. We're asking you to multiply that money. We're going to put 360 in out of the LEAP money and we're going to get 1.5 million back. We don't have that money to invest. So I think it's actually a good outcome. Appreciate Councillor Ring's reservations around a few elements of this, but I'm going to take a leap of faith. Whether I fall into a horrible mire, we'll find out. But I'm happy to take a punt on it.
Councillor Smith.
If we don't take this funding up, and it's designated for Lithgow industrial land renewal, it can't be used anywhere else. I take it. I just want to clear the air, get it clear in my head.
Director Elwood. Hang on. Or General Manager. Just can we go over that again, Councillor Smith?
Yeah, I just want to clear it up just so I can get it clear. The funding is only approved for industrial land renewal precinct within Lithgow. Can't be used anywhere else. True?
Sorry, that's through you, Mayor. That is correct. It was a specific application for those sites, so it has to be used on those sites if we are to accept the grant funding.
Right, well, clears that. Let's be pragmatic. Righto, so if we don't use it for that, we're not going to get it. So basically, here we are, we're going to these infrastructure meetings and whatever and all that, and we heard from Bruce Mills at the last meeting about being prepared to have these lands available when opportunities arose for new industry. Now, I think if we've got to spend 360 to have these lands prepared, I mean, if you look at these sites, factory, in my day when I done my apprenticeship, they had 1,700 people. So all you're doing is putting these industrial land, these industrial places back to where they were industrial originally. Same with the Lithgow, I think it was 300 or 400 people up there. So what you're doing, you're putting people back into these industrial work areas. So to me, I think it's a no-brainer. I think we've got to move because, as Bruce said in that discussion, that briefing, was that we aren't prepared at this present moment. Now, I thought coming on council, this is the thing we should have been aiming at. Now, we're seriously looking at our so-called transition, and I don't like the word either, but this is what we should be really doing. This is where that money should be going so that we are getting these lands ready and have them up and running when something does come along.
Councillor Tyson.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I also can't support it because one is we don't have the money, and I think when we put the original application in, we were talking about, and there was a big display of signs and everything trying to get the Pacific National site back off the state government to get it moving again. That's now been purchased privately, so the demand has come from private enterprise to do that, and I would imagine that Sanish Proprietary Limited, which is the third dot point here, is under the site adjacent. That's now got the for sale sign from All Base Realty or whatever. So I'm assuming that's also gone as well. So I'm concerned that it is only Lithgow. It's got nothing to do with Wang or Portland. It's got nothing to do with Green Spot out there. They're doing their own thing, but that'll develop as they go. But I don't think we've got anything physical at the end of the day, and I think all we're going to do is have a report to sit on the shelf gathering dust for the next revolution that may or may not come. We've clearly got in our future 3 state significant sites in regards to wind towers. The solar farms may come back, and also the pumped hydros on the list as well. So I don't think spending any of this money, and even the federal government money, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. But the way things have developed since the application's gone in, I don't think we can support it. And also, I think at the time we did our application, we probably had the thought that we did in fact have the money to go with it to prop it up. But at the moment, we certainly don't have that. And if you have a look in the papers tonight, we're going to discuss it anyway. There's no way we should be putting $360,000 to get a report that's going to gather dust, and particularly given that Pacific National Site's now been sold. Because this, to me, was to really target the Pacific National Site for what they were doing, and that's fallen in a big heap. So thankfully, it's fallen in a big heap because it's a very positive development that they're doing. So I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Do I have any further debate on this matter? No, I'll do my right of reply. I support this grant because it will provide foundation documents, i.e. it will get Lithgow shovel ready. We need to provide leadership in this space. We need to be prepared. And as Councillor Marnie said, the master plan that was provided for Farmers Creek keeps providing dividends. I respect the oppositional views. It's important to hear that because it contributes to critical thinking. But I believe that this will unlock opportunities. This will provide jobs for the next generation. Thank you. I've done my right of reply. I'll put that to you. All those in favour, please raise your hand. I think Councillor Goodwin's in favour. Yeah. All those against? The matter has been lost.
Call a division.
Division. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That's Councillor Coleman, Councillor Smith, Councillor Marnie, Councillor Goodwin. All those against? Councillor Statham, Councillor Evangelides, Councillor Ring, Councillor Fredericks and Councillor Tyson. Thank you. We move on. We've got 2.3 geotechnical investigations, Lithgow Council Road, Reserve Sunny Corner Road, Portland Sunny Corner Road. That's page 14.
Happy to move the recommendation as it stands.
Yes, I believe there was someone who did a declaration. Is that right? Did anybody know?
No, not on this one.
Okay. All right. So you're happy to move the recommendation?
Yes, I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Can I have a seconder, please?
Yeah, I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Ring?
This topic is not new to us. We've had reports previously about the proposed water line going out to the McPhillamys gold mine. This is simply geotechnical reports on our land, minimal disturbance, so they can undertake further planning. The project goes ahead, we will receive some income for them using our land. So I commend the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Goodwin?
Yeah, Mayor, it's a straightforward low impact application. There's minimal environmental considerations arising from the proposal. Recommends that the development application be approved with the appropriate conditions. The works are temporary, small scale, fully reversible. The duration is less than 2 weeks. The DA has been through full assessment. There's no objections, no submissions. It complies with the LOP. I'm happy with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Any further debate on this matter, Councillor Money?
Just in light of, we had a visit from a Portland Sunny Corner Road resident. When this work is occurring, can we talk about finishing of the work once it's done? There's opportunities to perhaps get improved rural drainage on that road put into place if it's sitting in our road reserves. So I just ask that our operations staff look for that opportunity to to get layered outcomes out of this, rather than just purely get the pipe laid and get out of there. If we can work together to improve those road edges, particularly.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. That's been taken on notice. Is there any further debate on this matter? No? It's a division has. Would you like right to reply, Councillor Ring?
No, it's okay.
Thank you. A division has been called. I'm going to put the motion and call the division at the same time. So all those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Statham, Councillor Evangelides, Councillor Ring, Councillor Smith, Councillor Marnie, Councillor Fredericks, Councillor Tysus, Councillor Coleman, and I'm assuming Councillor Goodwin. Yep. The matter's been carried. Thank you. We move on to 2.4, exception from tender Seven Valleys Destination Campaign, page 18. Any motions, councillors? Happy to move, Councillor Ring?
Well, I will.
Yep. Councillor Evangelides, you're happy to second something? Yeah, you'll get that, Chair. Councillor, did you like to speak on it? Would you like to second it then? Yeah, so Councillor Evangelides is happy to second it. Councillor Ring?
Okay. Look, we've invested a lot of money in developing the Seven Valleys brand. It is paying dividends. I attended the board meeting with General Manager and Director Allwood for Destination Central West. And I made it very clear to them, within our region, there's a lot of noise. You got the 360. You got a project being run by the JO, which I've moved and don't believe that we should participate in because the rate of return for us is very low. It's $15,000. You've also got Bathurst, Oberon and Blaney wanting to start up a Central Tablelands tourism committee. There's a lot of noise. We have to stand by our product, get it embedded in the broader community, and I believe this has been a good program. I have run programs before over multiple years, and continuity of knowledge and capability is critical to ensure you get bangs for bucks. I'll only support it for another 12 months, but I do believe that they have delivered reasonably well. I believe that going out to a tender at this point could actually lose us money because the new operator would have to get up to speed. And they're going to be charging about $200 an hour to read what the current operator already knows. It's not value for money. So I believe the recommendation as it stands should be endorsed by council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Evangelides?
I'm an advocate of tourism for the area, but I think for the next 12 months is any cent we spend on tourism is wasted. We've got a major roadblock, excuse the pun, and I believe we don't have the funds to not be clever. So what I suggest is the next 12 months we disengage, we don't spend a cent on this. We'll still right off the back of the other areas. They've got to come through Lithgow to get to those places. They'll still do their research. The way people travel now is totally different. They'll still research the areas they're going to. I just feel that this 100 and whatever thousand, we've got to be spending on other things. I mean, just hearing about the roads, and we've got other things on the paper tonight. I just think we need to just totally cut back, use that money for other things. And in 12 months, let's just say 12 to whatever months that road opens, that will be the time to invest heavily in tourism and marketing, because that road is a major hindrance to any avid holiday maker. And I just think we have a responsibility to put some money into some of the things that are affecting the community right now. And I believe that it's wasted money. So I won't be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Evangelides. Councillor Marnie?
I think now more than ever we should be spending money in tourism. I think we're unfortunately getting a message out that we're going into hibernation for 12 months and we're not open for business. The people operating in Hartley, the people operating in the Kinnimbah Valleys who operate farm stays and so on, the entry into the Gardens of Stone can happen without even entering Scenic Hill. And that's actually more of a problem for us than a benefit. Zigzag Railway will continue to operate regardless of the roadworks. We can enter the Gardens of Stone, go to the Lost City, and exit through Lithgow as we go through some very significant cultural sites that very few people get to visit. I think stepping out of the market is not helpful. I think we've got to work harder to let people know there are days that you're going to have traffic issues. I travel the journey 2 times a day, sometimes 4 times a day. Just don't need to know the reasons, but it can range from a 10-minute extension on the time to travel to it could be an hour if there's a major incident. But my general experience has been largely it's about 10 minutes. And we're saying to the metropolitan centre of Sydney, just give us a break for 12 months and give us a ring in 12 months' time. We'll tell you what's cooking. I think we've got to keep supporting those businesses. I stepped into a shop where my wife helps out in, and 3 of the people that came in the shop had all made their way from Lithgow and other parts of Sydney, and 3 of them came up on the train, and they make a point of coming up to Lithgow. So not everyone's turning the tourism moment off. I'd like some real feedback from some of the cafes and those people in the hospitality industry. How is Main Street doing for you? I know other businesses are having problems, and I don't in any way discount that. But I don't think now's the time to turn the dial down. And we'll find that out in the long weekend. People will not turn the dial down. They're going to come. So we want to make sure we maximise the opportunities that presents. So I'll leave it at that. The only point I'll make is just with a continuous tender, I think we've got to be cautious of not taking the competitive tension out of the marketplace, that there's this council will look at each tender on its merits, and there'll be times that we'll need to go back out and test the market. And I don't think we can send a signal out that you're in this for the long run. We've got to see the performance of the marketing campaign.
Councillor Goodwin.
Yeah, thank you, man. This is a fantastic, high-performing campaign. The report states that it's demonstrating exceptionally strong performance across all the key areas. We compared alongside other regional New South Wales tourism campaigns. That level of performance is not accidental. It's the result of more than 2 years of strategic work, brand development, and digital infrastructure that Destination Store has built from the ground up. It's seeing significant uplift in digital engagement, website traffic, and brand visibility. Interrupting this delivery at this point wouldn't be a sound decision. A new provider would need months to rebuild the knowledge, reinterpret the strategies, and re-establish all direction. All at additional costs, with the real risk of losing the momentum. Financially, the proposal is a modest $130,000 of special rate funded money. It's subject to the adoption in the operational plan, but the risk for not proceeding is far greater. The loss of market presence, reduced engagement, and the diminished return on the substantial investment already is made. So I support this recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Tysus.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also not in support of the spending $130,000 to the one organisation. I am a bit concerned about the fact that we're extending a tender, even though it's just on the margins of nearly $150,000. But I believe that I notice it's. I was in 2 minds, but because it's SRV funded and it still needs to be spent on this sort of thing, I believe it's appropriate that it'll be up to the council to spend that money itself or part thereof, certainly no more. And we're able to do it. This road issue is just going, 12 months is absolutely pointless. I agree with Councillor Evangelidis. It's pointless spending that $130,000 for what? It's nearly $2,500 a week. We could put our own markets out. The other thing is, I noticed that the state government and the Central West are all combining together now that a decision's been made on the road to sort of get some of the people to travel on that sort of thing as well. There seems to be some sort of a mood within the state government and the minister, and the ministers and the Premier to try and get tourism going over this way. And I think it's appropriate that a lot of the stuff that they're doing this is only going to duplicate that. A lot of businesses that are this side of the divide of the road detour are looking at doing their own sort of advertising and so on, and trying to tap into different ways of getting their market here. But the fact that you're going out through Newcastle or you're going down through Yass doesn't lend itself with this road issue to spending $130,000, which would have been the same amount of money if the road was open. So, and I think council's financial position is, we need to do a lot of cutbacks for where we are, and we've already started that on the last motion that we had anyway. But yeah, $130,000. It's close to the tender. We've already spent nearly $500,000 with this organisation. Yes, we've certainly got it to a stage, but this road detour is a break in the whole thing, and I think it's inappropriate to put $130,000. It may be through the SRV that some of that money can then be spent on targeting our own marketing for that 12 months, and then we come back to see where it all goes. So I'll be voting against it.
Councillor Statham.
I think, again, it's very difficult to say one way or the other. Is it $15,000 that the state government gave every council up here for tourism just recently? Was it $150,000?
Director Elwood can answer
that. State government announced a $15,000 grant to Bathurst over on, Bathurst, Blaney and Lithgow councils.
Yes.
They have indicated they may add another 5 to that, but we're still trying to confirm whether that's the case or not. Yeah, and that was for tourism expenditure for assisting. So we have utilised most of that to date, including with a campaign that's under development for Hartley and in that district as well.
Most of that $15,000 is already spent.
Correct.
It's a lousy lot of money. I don't know what we can do.
Or under expenditure and development.
Yes. Is it possible to, it's SRV funded, we all know that. Is it possible to use half the money at the moment on tourism and put the other half into something very needed, and that's potholes? I don't know whether I can see somebody shaking their head up there. But, I do think $130,000, I'm all into advertising. I think it's fantastic, but we can't advertise if they won't come here because there's too many potholes. Or, I think we've got so much to offer. I really want to say yes to it. I'm not sure still what I'll do, but I think, we've got to be so careful with our budget the way it is to make sure that $130,000, half of that can't be spent somewhere else that's absolutely in dire straits. We can't let the council, if we can try and keep the council budget as good as we can, that's one thing, and we do need to advertise. I do agree that advertising right now, people really do know where Lithgow is, that's for sure. They know we have shops down the main street. They know we've got a lot of things, whether it be zigzag railway or whatever, but they don't seem to stop. They want to get in that line and get to their next stop, unfortunately. So I think it is something that I would normally vote for it immediately, but I just think when time is so tough, and it's going to get tougher, it's another 12 months away before we can get anything perhaps to see the difference in the road and see what happens with our tourism. Is it possible to split that or not?
Sorry.
Who would like to answer it?
Through you, Mayor. It is a budget amount, so we framed a program around it. It's a council decision, as Director Elwood said. It would be, we frame something around what council approved. the 130,000 we've designed a program around that. That's the
Sorry,
reason.
I can't hear you.
The 130,000 we've designed a program around that. So we'd have to go back and see what would be possible. But as Director Elwood said, that's a council decision.
Thank you.
Director Elwood would like to speak.
It is for a consolidation of the 7V and Seven Valleys branding, which has been very successful. And it's not a Lithgow only campaign, as in the township of Lithgow. It's also a campaign that extends to the Canimbla, through the Kapiti, and positions Portland, Wallerawang within the marketplace. Our market is very different to Forbes, Orange, and the like. We are a short destination hop from the Sydney market. We are not the drive for 3 or 4 hours to get to Parks or Forbes from Sydney, and that's where we're targeting. We currently see that that there's accommodation providers in the Blue Mountains that are now marketing stay in Katoomba, stay in Lura, and visit the Seven Valleys. And we need to be able to counter that and work through on the whole of the campaign. The campaign is building momentum. It's only really been in the market since March this year, and the proposal that is put forward for next year, which is $130,000 budget. Not all of that is for the destination store. Some of it's for photography, some of it's for paying for other elements, but the engagement's also for the advertising components as well. So it's really to build on what we've learned quite well through our digital campaigns that have gone to market and some of the print that started going out. So it's really about establishing the Seven Valleys in the marketplace for reality in Sydney. Thank you.
Just one question: how are you going to go about distributing the tourism so that it's not just around our area, so that it's coming from the mountains or out the Central West?
Director Elwood.
This is a Seven Valleys campaign. It's not focused to bring visitors to Bathurst. It's not focused to bring visitors to Orange. It's about bringing visitors to our LGA.
No, I meant that. I understood that. What my question probably should have said is, where are you going to target to get these people?
Western Sydney, is that correct?
Actually, we're getting very good information from our digital campaign on where we're getting the most interest and where we're getting that take up. And it's actually across Sydney. So Northern Beaches is a big port, Inner West and Western Sydney are strong drivers from what we're seeing at the moment. We're also seeing very interesting demographic elements. It's one of the first campaigns sort of in regional New South Wales from tourism, from where we've been able to measure it against other campaigns, where we're seeing growth over Instagram, over Facebook, which is an interesting demographic change as well.
Does anybody else wish to speak? No, I'll have my say before I give Councillor Ring his right reply. It's going to take at least minimum 12 months before the Great Western Highway is fully functional. We need to look after our own. This is about looking after our own. This is about providing support to the businesses and making sure that they're viable, that we're keeping jobs in Lithgow. We don't want our tourist dollar to go somewhere else, because they will form a habit. If they don't come here and support businesses here, they will go elsewhere. We need to provide support to the businesses that count on us. We often hear from the public, what is council doing to support us? This is about supporting our own. We need to support this. Councillor Ring, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you. First, I'd just like to correct a comment from Councillor Tyson. The last, not that he referred to me specifically, but my objection to the $360,000 on the grant had little to do with saving money, but on value for money. I did not see value. I see value with this. What is impacting our tourism market in the Central West at the moment is 2 local members who are out there doing lots of media and media in Sydney, and that is sending a signal to the Sydney community the Central West is closed for business. We're not. We've already invested a lot of time, money and effort in place branding for this community. This council has never been effective at tourism management or tourism promotions. This is a good promotion. We're starting to see we're starting to see businesses not identifying as being part of the Blue Mountains, but as part of Seven Valleys. That is a significant shift and movement in our business community. We need to support this. Yes, we've got a tough budget, I agree. But that doesn't mean we slash and burn. It's going to be a hard year ahead. But we still have to deliver for the broader community. This is coming from the transition funding of the SRV, and as to Councillor Statham about redirecting some money, I've already gone down that rabbit hole and it's very difficult. We just can't. Unfortunately, I would. But I believe we have to protect our investment. And having run sort of campaigns and where you had the grant for the business chamber, getting good quality photographs is expensive. Photographs that can be used in marketing campaigns. Getting that good material, getting interviews with people takes money and it takes effort. And it's building up that stockpile of information that we can move going forward. This is not so much as an expense. We need to see this as an investment in our tourism industry moving forward. So I would ask all councillors to fully back this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? What's Councillor Goodwin doing?
Yeah, I'm in favour.
Favour. It's been carried. Thank you, councillors. Division has been called. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Statham's in favour now. So Councillor Statham, Councillor Ring, Councillor Smith, Councillor Marnie, Councillor Coleman and Councillor Goodwin, I assume.
Yes.
And those opposing, please raise your hand. Councillor Evangelides, Councillor Fredericks and Councillor Tysus. The matter has been carried. Thank you, councillors. We move on to item 2.5, exception from tender traffic control for Hartley Vale Road.
I'd like to move an amendment, please, Mayor.
Absolutely. Do you have a seconder, councillor, or we put it up and
should put up the amendment first.
Yeah.
So
Councillor Marnie seconding it anyway.
Leap of faith.
Councillor Ring.
I'd like, so let me just get this up on my screen. I'd like to change point 3 to undertake a tender process for the provision of traffic control service given the timeline for the project announced by the New South Wales Government on Friday, 26 June 2026. Okay.
Councillor Marnie, you're happy with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Councillor Ring.
This was not a deliberate overexpend by council. When this happens, we're required to get or asked to secure traffic control. Unfortunately, all the traffic control that were on tender or government contracts have been grabbed by Transport for New South Wales. So it does cost us more. And that's fine. What we have, and we do get this money back from Transport for New South Wales, so we're not actually losing any money. And that'd be a nice point for the Blue Mountains Council to understand too, but I digress. It's now important that we go to a tender process. Do a competitive process. It's going to go for 12 months and we'll need traffic control. So let's make it happen. Thank you.
Councillor Marnie.
I still have in my memories the first thing my procurement manager said to me, that when you need to do things in emergency, bad planning doesn't constitute an emergency. However, this was a genuine emergency and we needed to respond to it in that frame. In the same way I've said previously, I support Councillor Ring's view that we should look for a tender as the proposed work are slated for 12 months. I think we always need to maintain competitive tension within the marketplace. We should always review our ongoing tenders. They shouldn't just be open. but I have no problem with the way all parties have responded to this emergency. We needed to get traffic control there in a hurry. So I'm happy to support Councillor Ring's amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Money. Any further debate? Okay. Nope. Councillor Goodwin.
Sorry, Mayor, thank you. I think the report's straightforward, and the expenditure is going to be fully reimbursed by Traffic New South Wales. The contractor's already on the local government procurement panel. The continuity is essential while reopening solution is finalised. But I worry that tendering now could lock council into higher rates due to uncertainty in the market. But that's just a point that I had if we're going to vote on it.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Any further debate on this matter? No? I'll hand it over to Councillor Ring. Right reply.
Just that going to tender at this point in time is a governance issue, and we need to do it. We need to go to tender. We will pay the money. We'll get reimbursed by Transport for New South Wales. They can't provide us the money unless we spend the money first and invoice them. So we're not out of pocket, even if it goes up. Doesn't mean the staff will have to manage cash flows a bit better, but that's why you pay them such high money. And they're so competent. So, look, yeah, I think we just got to get on with it and get a tender out there.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. That's the right of reply. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We move on to 2.6, access to private property off Huddy.
I'll move a recommendation, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tisus. Do I have a seconder?
It's not the one in the book.
Oh, sorry.
I'll read it out for you. That council adjourn this item to the next available council meeting when the council is able to confirm what arrangements are in place between the neighbouring property owner for vehicle access by the owners of Lot 35.
Councillor Fredericks, you're seconding that? Yep, okay. Councillor Tisus, if you'd like to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. The Mayor, this report is incomplete with one of the main issues, which is how they're doing access at the moment. I note that on the page 28, it indicates council's been in regular contact with the owner of Lot 35 before and after the transfer of the unnamed Crown land road, providing access from Suckle Falls Road to Lot 35. Council staff have also spoken with the adjoining landowners. Then you come back 2 pages, and then it says the owner of Lot 35, under the photograph on page 26, says the owner of 35 currently uses an unformed access track over a neighbouring property. Council staff did not contact the owner of this track to confirm what arrangements, if any, were in place. And that's been the whole issue, is they're using some other access at the moment over another property, and there's issues of access as to how they get there, wet weather, all that sort of thing, and we haven't even spoken to them. This, to me, is completely disadvantageous to the owners of Lot 35 if council's going to make a decision without finding out what the contact is. I thought that was the first thing we would have done. I'd like to certainly know what the arrangements are for the track they're using at the moment. And I think there's a picture on page 27 that shows the road in itself, and I think some of this part of the picture indicates some of the issue in regards to what's required. There may be some other way that we can sort this problem out without doing a full road to the satisfaction of everybody involved. And it may involve some sort of mediation to get the whole process sorted at some very minor expense to the council, and we get it off our books. And for us not to do that without finding what the arrangements are, I would have thought that was the first thing we would have done. So that's the reason. As soon as we know what it is, we can report it back to the council.
Councillor Fredericks.
Yeah, Martin. Councillor Tice has pretty much stated exactly what I wanted to say. You can't say the report's complete when a big part of the report they openly admit that they haven't done. Not contacting the owner of the track to confirm what the arrangements are, if any, that's a big piece missing. And without that big piece, we can't really make a decision because we don't have all the factual information.
Evangelides?
Can management answer that now? As far as what Councillor Tosos is proposing, do they have an answer for that now? So I'd prefer to address this tonight, personally.
Yeah, I would personally as well, but my understanding is that the gentleman who did this report is no longer with council, so I don't believe we can answer it. Is that correct, General Manager? Yeah, we won't be able. It'd have to be.
If I could, Mayor?
Yep.
I also received similar correspondence from resident neighbours, which I believe the previous director would have received. And there are 2 access routes on private property to this person's property. I'd rather this resolved tonight. There is access. We don't have the money to build a road. This issue was allegedly because of the sale of the lands, but there is access. And I agree, it's not legally landlocked. They've been there for a long time, and it's only become an issue now once roads were sold. And reading the report makes it clear that there's different sort of opinions about whether or not the landowners actually objected. So there's a lot of ifs, buts and maybes. So look, I'd rather it settle tonight. I prefer the original recommendation.
Are you moving an amendment or a foreshadow?
Your opinion is moving the original recommendation. Is that direct negative?
No, it's not a direct negative.
Then I'll move the original recommendation.
Okay. I need a second for that. Councillor Evangelides, are you happy to second that? Yep, great, thank you. Councillor Goodwin? I'll come back to you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I agree. It's got to be done tonight. This report sets out the facts. It's not landlocked. There's legal access via the dedicated public road. Former Crown Road is now under council's control. The report states the information above shows that there's legal access to lot 35 and therefore is not landlocked. This is not a legal issue. This is a cost issue. So we need to sort it out tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Any further debate on the amendment now? Councillors, I've got an amendment in front of me. Are you debating that? Councillor Evangelides. Well, Councillor Ring, you've spoken to the amendment technically. Councillor Evangelides, you seconded it. Would you like to speak to that now? Yeah, which is in front of me. Yeah, well, that's what the amendment is. That's what you seconded. Would you like to speak to it since you seconded it? It's on the screen.
So I second to not do the amendment to, I want to settle this tonight.
Yeah, which is what you second. You second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. I'll go back to the original recommendation, but I want to speak on the original recommendation.
This is what we're doing now. It's now an amendment.
Are we speaking on the original recommendation right now?
Yeah, so the recommendation that Councillor Tysos has put forward.
Yeah. Which is he's saying that we should postpone it?
Yes.
I don't think we should. I think we should
so Councillor Ring has put forward an amendment, which you second, which is what we're now debating now. Okay. You can speak on it now. Which is the original recommendation. It's just an amendment.
But personally, I think we should pay for it. We save money in other areas. I mean, these people, by no fault of their own, have ended up in this situation. I would just like management to be creative with their expenditure and save money in some areas and spend it in others.
I've got to call a point of order.
Yeah, so
sorry, should I not be talking about this now?
I've confused you. So you're actually not in support of Councillor Ring's amendment because he's put forward that we do not provide budget to the road.
I'm against that.
Okay, so that you're voting against. All right, I'm sorry.
All right.
Yeah, I'm happy to second that. So I'll second the amendment Councillor Evangelides has spoken against that particular amendment. Sorry to confuse you. Is there anybody that wishes to speak in regards to the amendment? Councillor Tysos.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, this report is incomplete. For us to accept the amendment, which is the recommendation, that to do that now without, and this report to me is misleading on the two quotes that I gave you, which is, have spoken with adjoining landowners. And then the other one says, council staff did not contact the owner of the tract to confirm what arrangements, if any, were in place. This gets done tonight, we knock it on the head. We're going to have every news, every current affair, and everyone else talking to the owners of Lot 35 and showing that we did the wrong thing by them tonight. This recommendation, the amendment, cannot go ahead. It needs to be deferred. I'm giving you the safe option to put it over until such time as we find out what the arrangement is. This report is detailed, but it misses the most important point of why we're going to spend money or not spend money when they've got a road access. Now, I want to know what the owner of that property has said, or whether they don't want to be involved, they don't want to give us any information, but I want to know what the arrangement is. This will be all. I mean, this has been on a current affair. It's been on Channel 7, Channel 9, and all over the place. They've got a free range to go on every show. This will be on every other show, showing that we mucked up. I don't know what else the council needs to do. You can't accept the amendment and knock it on the head now, because then it'll be a rescission motion. We're going through it. We're just going backwards and forwards.
Councillor Ring.
Look, it's a convincing argument that Councillor Tyson has put up. I don't care about the media. They're just interested in clickbait.
Are you withdrawing your amendment?
But I'm going to withdraw the amendment and support Councillor Tyson.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so the amendment's been withdrawn, and I'm the seconder, so I agree with that. So we'll go back to the original motion. Is there any further speakers on the original motion?
I think we put the motion to the council.
Okay, I'm happy to do that. Unless Councillor Statham, you'd like to speak.
Oh, I do. I'll just be very brief. Look, this has been an ongoing, unfortunate situation now for many, many months, possibly years. And I do agree with the people that think we should do this tonight, but also I don't think we should do anything and pass anything until the right information is in front of us. And it's very apparent that this has not been conclusive for us to vote on. So I think at this stage in time, we need to go back to basics and not vote on anything that the item has not given us all the full amount of information. It's important that all councillors and staff have the right information to vote on, not something that probably still has got a couple of loose ends.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. Councillor Tyson, are you happy for me to put this? Would you like a right or reply? Yeah, okay, so I'm going to put it. I'll put that. I'm going to put Councillor Tyson's motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Councillor Goodwin?
Yeah, I'll go on that.
Okay, you're fine. All right, so the matter's been carried. The next item is 2.7, proposed road naming, Karoo Drive Meadow Flat.
Move the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Marnie, thank you. Councillor Tyson.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I have no objections with this. I'm surprised it didn't have a name to start with, actually, because it's certainly not the Great Western Highway. The other issue I do point out to the council is this is the road that is packed out at the end of autumn, I think, when all the colours in the trees and all that sort of thing. It's like a traffic. You talk about the roadblock and the detour in Lithgow. That's the Great Western Highway roadblock at the last part of autumn in regards to all the tourists that come there for the photographs. So I'm happy to support the fact that it is going to get a name, and hopefully that street sign will stay up where the other one on the crossroad keeps getting knocked off.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. I don't even know what to say against that, but anyway, moving on.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I think this is a good example of capturing social history in our naming. Clearly, we've got a very historic property, but also the original Cobb and Co house at the Gateway. So there's lots of, in my mind, important heritage, local social history captured in this, and our agricultural past is a significant part of our social history. So I applaud these type of use of place naming. We need to judiciously use the person in our place naming. I think we at times maybe overcook that one, but I think this one's good.
Thank you, Councillor Manning. Councillor Ring?
Look, quite honestly, we're just putting it out to the public. If there's no opposition, we go for it. I recommend we just put it.
Okay. Is there any opposition on this? No? I'll put the motion. Councillor Tarsus, you're happy for me to do that?
Yes, thank you.
Right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against, declare that carried. Councillor Goodwin's good? Yep. All right. Can someone ask Councillor Statham to come back in, please? Councillor Vandalides, could you just ask Councillor Statham if she can come back in now?
Could I remind the Mayor there's a couple of items in the subsequent business paper that'll...
Yeah, they're down the bottom, Councillor Money. It's all good. We've done 2.8. We're up to 2.9. I have an interest. Councillor Ring, you'll have to chair.
No, we're still there.
Are we done 2.8? No, we moved that by exception.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm just thinking.
We moved by exception. We're up to 2.9.
Before you leave, could you indicate to the meeting what the conflict is, or the
Non-pecuniary significant conflict. I'm a member of the Lithgow Show Society. It's mentioned in the operational report. In doubt, get out.
Can I just ask a question? I asked through your mayor to the general manager. I'm not sure that is one where a councillor cannot vote on and debate the agenda.
Well, General Manager?
Are you a member of the executive?
No, I'm not a member of the executive.
You're not a member of the executive of Council State. You're not a member of the executive. You're not precluded from voting on it. That's why I believe the early one, because I'm the executive.
Yeah, but it conflicts up to me, up to any other councillor. Thank you for your advice, but I'm choosing to leave the room because I've decided, and it's up to me. My conflict, I decided.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. It's up to you. Under the Code of Conduct, Code of Meeting Practice, it talks about in non-pecuniary interest, if you're a member of the executive of a committee, even if it's not for profit, even if there's no remuneration, you've got a conflict. But it is entirely, as Mayor said, it is entirely up to the individual. Well, that's right. We have to be, it's a mayor's choice. She's made a decision. We respect that and we just get on. We're up to 2.9, which is the 2026-27 operational plan. We have a recommendation.
Sorry, Acting Mayor. I think it needs to be noted that Councillor Statham did choose to.
Oh, she left it. Sorry, I didn't see it. Thank you. Okay, that'll be noted.
Could I ask a question?
Hopefully I can answer it, but ask away.
I think it might be useful if we provide councillors with further advice on people who volunteer, help out, who are not holding office bearer positions. We just need to make that a little bit clearer. We're a small community and people are going to step into community organisations to help out all over the place.
Look,
yep, thank you.
Look, I respect that. However, it's the Code of Conduct and Code of Meeting Practice. That's the ruling. And I do agree, but yeah.
through you, Deputy Mayor, to the General Manager, can I get some clarification? As a ratepayer, I don't have a conflict of interest. So, and can I get you to go to the code of conduct and find out what the process is in regards to some of the ones where there is some sort of nominations of some of those things that are not applicable to a pecuniary, non-significant, and so on, where you don't have to declare them. I know it's her individual choice, but we're getting to a stage that, well, let's all walk out because we've got something to do with the operational plan. I haven't seen an operational plan come to the council where councillors actually declare those sort of things in regards to what it is. So I think we need a clarification, because once we get into this, then we need to find out what the process is, because I think just walking out on a operational plan is not something that you need to do for something like that. I mean, otherwise I'll walk out as a ratepayer, even though I'm exempt, and say that I've got something else. So we can't adopt an operational plan.
Look, I'm going to suggest that we take a 5-minute break, let the staff to do it, then we can talk to the two other councillors.
Yeah,
So someone would like to move that?
I'll move for a 5-minute break for verification.
Moved by Councillor Frederick, seconded by Councillor Tysus. Yes. Councillor Tysus, any opposition? No. Carried.
We've just moved back into closed. Council, we've received advice considering myself and Councillor Statham are not on the executive, and the decision regarding what will occur regarding the grants won't actually happen tonight. We've come back into the room, and so we'll proceed now with 2.9. Now, we've got a recommendation in front of me. What is the will of the council? Do I have a mover?
I'll move the recommendation as it stands.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Fredericks is
35.
seconding that. That's fabulous. Councillor Ring.
I'm going to be very brief on this one. I'll be spending more time talking on fees and charges and rates. I believe the administration have put up a good operational plan. Yes, there is a deficit with the budget. It's going to be a tight year and a difficult year, and things will be fluid. Director Browning thinks I'm joking when I talk about weekly finance meetings, but we may get there yet. Finally got to monthly, we could get to weekly.
Thank you, Councillor Ring.
I haven't finished. Thank you. I believe that the plan moving forward will require constant monitoring through the Finance Committee to ensure that the cash flows meet up with the work programs. I've also run our figures through AI and looking at the impact of a 5 and a 7% inflation peak during the next financial year. If that occurs, we have problems. There are many problems coming ahead. We need to run with the programs that are in here. If we need to make decisions moving forward and cut or defer, we do it. But I like the fact that this is an honest report to the community, an honest budget, that we're going to have a deficit. There are plenty of councillors out there who put through plans knowing full well they're going to have deficits, but they want to show a surplus, even a small one. We're actually trying to be transparent and honest with our community. It's a hard year. That is why we're here. We will make the difficult decisions as they occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Frederick.
When you actually read into it and you see where we've got the increases, like deficit results from a $2.3 million increase in depreciation, primarily due to the revaluation of infrastructure assets undertaken in 24-25, it does make me question. I forget if it was in March or April, I did ask for a list of council assets that are underutilised, so that way we could possibly start looking at offloading the ones that we are not using to try and cut back on depreciation. Like, there are little things that we can be doing that may help. I think the community would prefer to see us selling off things that are not being utilised rather than increasing rates on things to pay for that depreciation.
Any further debate on this item, councillors? Councillor Tyson?
Thank you, Mayor. Where's the maintenance funding for the Lithgow Golf Course,
General Manager?
given that it's nearly $500,000?
Director Browning?
Through Mayor Coleman, we don't itemise down to that level for each individual sporting facility. We would have to then do it for the hockey field and a whole range of other sporting facilities, so it's not broken down to that level.
No, I don't know that it's breaking down. The reality is it's part of a lease. So how much is the
There's license agreements on a
maintenance
range
section
of sporting
lease
fields,
to a private company?
so it's no different to the hockey field
They're not
agreement.
they're not a public
Lithgow
company.
Golf Club's not a private company either.
It's a public company.
It's not listed. It's
It's an
an
ASIC listed club.
I think it's probably best, Councillor Tyson, that Director Browning takes it on notice.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's
it should
the
be.
best.
What I'm suggesting is that if it's not in the operational plan, why not?
I think we best take that on notice for you
Thank
because
you.
I understand how passionate you are about that. Yeah. Just we'll take it on notice and move on from there. Thank you. Councillor Goodwin? Councillor Goodwin, can you hear us? Okay. While that's being sorted, Councillor Statham, would you like to? Oh no, Councillor Goodwin, you're with us.
I'm sorry about that. I apologise. I had my.
That's okay, as long as you get your
I'll
say.
just summarise. It's really quick. The operational plan's been through a full, transparent public exhibition. It was out for 32 days. Community's been heard. The submission's been properly considered. The operational plan is challenging. The report outlines the general fund's operating result is projected at $3 million deficit. This is driven largely by the $2.3 million increase in depreciation, primarily due to re-evaluation of infrastructure and assets. We have pressures like everybody else, award increases, insurance costs, escalation, CPI movements, supply chain impacts, and uncertainty in the financial assistance grant allocations. The plan acknowledges the challenges. The plan meets all the statutory requirements, reporting framework. It's been publicly exhibited, and the submissions have been addressed. So I'm happy with that, and they're the reasons why I'm supporting the operational planning.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Statham?
Yes, Mayor Coleman. I'm looking, aside from the confirmed award increase, the following will be considered when the budget is reviewed. The estimate for workers' compensation insurance has certainly gone up compared to last year. Is there any way that we should be able to get another quote? Let's face it, we are down to the wire, so a quote is a quote. I don't know whether it's possible to get a quote to match what we are now, or whether everybody else is just going to be in the same situation.
Councillor Statham will get that answered for you. General Manager?
Through you, Mayor. Lithgow Council is a member of State Cover Mutual, so it's a mutual group with other councils, so there would be a lot of complexity to leave that and then seek other quotations. However, it is a mutual that the Lithgow Council has ownership of with other councils, so we're grouped together.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. Do I have any further commentary on this item? No? I'll hand it over to Councillor Ring, right to reply.
I'd just like to, if I could, before the right to reply, I'll be very quick. I just would like to ask a question through you to the administration, particularly Director Browning. I'm aware that a neighbouring council's had a significant increase in their insurance. Without naming the council, we don't want to embarrass our neighbours. Do you remember off the top of your head, because it was in the millions? Can you please advise?
Through Mayor Coleman, it's in the order of $7 million.
Thank you. So that would mostly come down to psychosocial claims. It's a new area and it's impacting on all councils across the state. I think what we've got, not great. but we're lucky it's nowhere near as high as some of our nearest neighbours. So we should be thankful for small mercies. If we can get a better deal, then we keep pushing for it, and that is what the staff will continue to do. So let's just put the item to a vote.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. That was right of reply. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Yes, definitely, Councillor Ticehurst. Did the minute taker get that? I'm assuming Councillor Goodwin voted in favour?
Yep.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Goodwin. 2.10, making of annual rates and charges.
I'd like to move this with 2 additional points, if I may.
Yep, so
Yeah.
what would you like to put forward? Do you have a seconder?
I think I should put these up first.
Sure.
If people want to second it, they can. If not, then
Yeah, that's fine. Just whatever you
point
whatever
6.
pleases you, Councillor.
Point 6, the operating deficit of 3 million. Oh, sorry, you're right. Point 6, that council waives a tourism membership fee of $196 for the 26-27 financial year to assist local businesses with the closure of Victoria Pass. Point 7, council waives a per lineal footpath trading charge of $18 per lineal metre, both for new and renewed applications for the 26-27 financial year, to assist local businesses with the closure of Victoria Pass.
You're happy to second that, Councillor Marnie?
Before I talk, I'll wait till it's up on the screen so others can see it. So, okay. These are basically just goodwill gestures. This is not a lot of money. It has a very minimal impact on council's budget. I discussed that with both Directors Browning and Elwood, who are paying attention now, to make sure that they were in agreement that they were minor amounts of money. So what I'd like to do now is get past that and talk about rates. IPART improved an increase of council rates by 3.7%, which will yield an additional $663,000 in revenue. It doesn't cover the 4% pay increase awarded to staff, and they deserve a pay rise. The pay rise alone, and I'm not sure if this allows for the yearly progressions, is $848,000. The rate rise doesn't cover it. In addition, there'll be significant flow-on effects this year due to the Iranian war, an overall increase of $500,000 insurance with significant increases in materials and contracts. All councillors are acutely aware of the cost of living crisis and limited the capacity to pay for some of our residents, which is why there are support packages in place. And although I'm not going to add it tonight, I will be bringing to the Finance Committee a proposal that we work on defining what capacity the pay is and get a better understanding instead of paying lip service. And as I said, even adopting this rate rise, we may have to amend the level of service and projects we run if inflation runs much higher. I commend the administration for implementing rate harmonisation in the business and residential categories. This should lead to a more equitable distribution of rate burden across the LGA. There's a lot more work to be done. The rate review undertaken by the previous administration was flawed in many respects and has put us in a position where 25% of our rate base is being placed into an industry that will be gone by 2040. We need to work to resolve that. Fees and charges. I'd like to address the waste charges first. I actually have reviewed the cost of going to the local tip with the 11 Central New South Wales Joint Organisation Councils and Blue Mountain City Councils. Lithgow City Council is the only council that provides free, unlimited domestic waste services to our tip. There's a couple of councils that provide vouchers, the rest are charged a tonnage rate. We need to be looking at that moving forward. I'm not advocating to change it at the moment. I want to see the business cases. But we may be able to decrease other charges moving forward to make it a fairer proposal, fairer option for the community. Now, Lithgow, the cost of operating the Lithgow solid waste facility is currently funded by the fees for commercial waste, and the cost of managing the Portland solid waste facility is funded from the rural waste charges, and at times, if needed, is subsidised by the commercial fees. Council is not legally permitted to use the curbside charge to fund either waste facility. The fees cover the cost of service. There are new guidelines soon to be adopted that will force council to have all waste facilities manned. This is what happening. We have preempted that with the Portland waste facility. A 4-day service with manned staff, which is still free, is better than closing that facility down because it does not comply with current standards. We cannot build either waste facilities today to the modern standards. And I have got the information, which I'll make available on my webpage, about the pressures that have been brought onto this council and other councils by EPA. We have no choice. None of our landfills are compliant. And with the new guidelines and examples of legislation changes, landfill and sewage treatment plant PFAS monitoring chemical control order requires mandatory quarterly PFAS monitoring at both the Portland and Lithgow waste facilities. This adds significant costs to monitoring. We're in a spiralling cost scenario with waste management. We have to deal with it. Water. I've reviewed the council's audit reports for the financial years 2013-14 to 24-25, and it's a very sobering review. It shows that the council's water supply activity is a business in structural financial difficulty. It relies increasingly on general fund subsidies, fails to meet national competition policy return benchmarks, faces rising internal input costs it cannot control, and its depreciation rising faster than revenue. Council should be reviewing its water pricing strategy, long-term asset management plan, and they are, and whether the level of service level of cross-subsidy from general ratepayers is sustainable and equity. Contributing factors, over the last 12 years, our revenue from the sale of water is increased from $5.062 million to $5.112 million. The costs have gone up. It's good to say don't use the water, there's drought coming. We've got plenty of water. Use it. Because if they're not using it, the static costs, the fixed costs are still the same. They don't go away. Wastewater. I've reviewed the council's audited reports for financial years, same period, and the sewage account doesn't have the same fundamental structural problems as the water business. The sewage business operated successfully for 6 years, with its best year in 2018-19. Unfortunately, since then, it has deteriorated rapidly, with its worst year in 2024-25. Contributing factors are natural disasters from 29 to 20 onwards, bushfires, floods, damaging infrastructure and creating reactive maintenance regimes. Pricing inadequacy. Excess charges have grown only 42% over 12 years. Sounds a lot, but as a compounded rate, that's 3% a year. Well below the cost of labour and depreciation. Materials and contracts cost explosion. From 2018, 2019 to 24-25, these jumped roughly 254%. Major costs. Someone's got to pay for it. The other problem we have in our sewage system, and I did look at this, I actually got provided quite a good report from the acting director, Mr. Walsh. We, as a council, are servicing 21,000 people with 4 STPs. 4. Bathurst is servicing 47,000 people with 1. Orange, 43,000 with 1.
Councillor Ring, you need to round one.
Okay, I'm just about finished. Lithgow is unable to achieve the economies of scale other councils have by managing 1 STP. As much as I'd like to rip into these charges, I can't, because we have to recover our basic operating costs.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Marnie.
I will be brief on this one. I think Councillor Ring covered some very detailed help me out with the word, interrogation of the information. I do agree with Councillor Ring that there's very few sort of levers we can pull in some ways to assist small business, but I do support those couple of propositions you put in front that'll give some financial assistance. I won't run a commentary over it. I think Councillor Ring covered most of this territory pretty well. I don't know whether we can bring 3 STPs into one. I'd be interested in the infrastructure that would need to bind the northern section of the Cox's River catchment into Farmers Creek catchment, and then also I think we're out in Solitary Creek out in Portland, if I'm right. So we need to take material across. We're sort of a bit challenged even by Cullenbullen, which is only just down the road from Portland, and it daily pump outs and running the material over. So I think there's some geographical challenges there to do it. I do continue to applaud the staff where they're starting to squeeze these asset items down, but you particularly saw pumping stations where we're able to replace 2 with 1, those sort of things. They don't make much for a social media post, they don't make much for a story in the media, but they're really important outcomes. It's hard to infuse, I don't know, maybe a page like Lithgow 2790. If I put up a post about, did you know we squashed 2 sewer pumping stations into 1? I don't think I'd get much traction there. But anyway, there's good things happening out there, and if we continue to look at those, a little bit what Councillor Frederick spoke to earlier on about consolidating assets. So thank you.
Any further debate? Councillor Statham.
Yes, from tomorrow on, the next day, the maximum interest rate of 9.5% per annum charged daily is for overdue rates. How many overdue rates are we looking at for this financial year?
Director Browning.
Through you, Mayor Coleman, we typically sit around the 5 to 6% in previous years. As obviously we can't predict what next year will be, but given the macroeconomic environment and the local economic environment, there's potential that they could go up. But I can't give a definitive answer on that.
Okay, thank you.
Any further, Councillor Statham?
The Cullenbullen situation worries me and worries a lot of other people. I mean, there must be something we can do. All that money is getting double dipped. You know, like you have to go out there and then take it back, and it's ridiculous. The
really need to review it. I totally agree with you. Have we had any? Can we? Yeah, let's get some answers for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. We are working on an alternative. It's not quite. We have a business case that we discussed at our executive team this morning. When that's ready, we will present that to councillors with an alternative solution to what's being done at the moment.
Well, it certainly will cost a lot less money, which could be spent in other places.
I concur. Any further debate on this matter? Councillor Tyson.
Thank you, Mayor. Like the last matter, I won't be supporting this rate proposal tonight. I find it's the same as the state and federal governments. You know, all they do is talk about cost of living. We're with you. We're thinking of you, but we're still up in the rates. You know, we're still going over and above the CPI for what we do. We've got the rates at 3.1%, which is part of what IPART was looked at. But then we're putting the garbage, water and sewerage up 11.6%. And overall, we've got a $50 urban rate fee coming in, $100 for business, and just the garbage, water and sewers going up $254.40, or 11.6%. I mean, we're either with the public on cost of living or we're not. You can't have you sitting on the top of a fence having a leg each way. The reality is that we need to look after our ratepayers even more now with this road issue. The way the businesses are, we certainly can't go out there with $254 plus an extra $50 for residential and $100 for business in this sort of market with everything else going on. So I won't be supporting it unless we come back to a 3.1% for both garbage, water and sewer. Then I won't be supporting the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Is there any further debate on this matter? No? Councillor Ring, you're right to reply.
I do agree with Councillor Ticehurst to a certain extent. Cost of living is real, impacts all of us. Rate harmonisation doesn't benefit me. I'll probably end up paying slightly higher rates. But I think it's fair and equitable for the whole community. I wasn't happy with the increases in water, waste, sewage. But I requested, and I actually did research, and I found the clauses and the licenses, and I asked very detailed questions on why. All councillors have been provided with those answers. I'll be putting them up on my webpage for the community. The costs are out of our control. Yep, put it at 3.1%. Then we have to do significant cuts in our operating environment. What do we cut? What roads? That is what we have to do. And I do agree with it, and I do feel for people that are having troubles. We do have policies. We can provide support. We can provide payment plans. But if we run these at a loss, if we do not cover our costs, and this has been part of the problem with some of these operations, the costs have not been adjusted adequately over the years. I don't like doing this. It won't be popular. But would be turning around and saying we're only going to maintain 2 football fields or 1 field. How would the community like that? Because we've got to make those cuts. There's no big pool of money. There's no magic money tree out the backyard. We're screwed if we do, we're screwed if we don't. And mostly we get screwed over by the state government. So, as much as it pains me to support this, we have to. We have no option. We have to be fiscally responsible, we have to be financially responsible, and we have to ensure that we are at all times thinking long term for the benefit of this community, not just for the day, but for 10 years down the track. Otherwise, we're going to be bringing in a 50, 60, 70% SRV. Don't want to go down there. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the right reply. I put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Councillor Goodwin, I'm assuming you voted in favour? Division has been called. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Raise your hand. Councillor Evangelidis, Councillor Ring, Councillor Smith, Councillor Marnie, Councillor Coleman. I'm assuming Councillor Goodwin, you're in favour? Yes?
Yes.
Those against? Councillor Statham, Councillor Fredericks and Councillor Tyson. The matter has been carried. Thank you. We're up to 2.11, which is proposed to enter lease agreement with LSMR Limited. Do I have any motions, councillors? Councillor Marnie, you're moving on the page. Do you have a seconder?
Yeah, second.
Councillor Goodwin is seconding. Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Over to you.
I've taken a bit of an interest in the rail parcels through the Lithgow Valley, and particularly their interplay with potential rail tourism. We obviously have it operating well at Zigzag. There's still opportunities in the Lithgow Valley. I think the fact that we put this in a short-term lease in the with the Lithgow State Mine Railway Limited, they have got infrastructure within this parcel, as well as my understanding some carriages and a loco. So I think it gives us a little bit of time to think about the long-term arrangements with this land. I think there was a bit of perhaps a lost opportunity with previous councils when the parcel linking S-Bank House over the bridge into Blast Furnace was allowed to move into private hands. That could have given a potential rail trail to link those two heritage items. I think this gives us an opportunity as a council to reflect on where rail tourism is going in the Lithgow Valley as well, and whether there's possibilities to work in with Zigzag. And there is an item later in the piece I brought forward a notice of motion looking to establish, or it's an external committee to council that to reactivate that to look at exploring those possibilities collectively. So I think in the short term, this is a good outcome. I need to understand with point 6, I just want to get some advice on whether we can operate a lease while it remains community land rather than reclassifying it as operational. Given that the pathway to disposing of land that's categorised as operation is a very simple pathway, community lands ensure that lands that are there for the benefit of the community cannot just be disposed of at the drop of a hat.
Would you like that answered?
Yes, I would.
Director Browning, please, if you could.
Through you, Mayor Coleman, as it's a licence agreement, it would meet the requirements required. Long term, it's something we should look at, but because it's a short term, at least 12 months for a licence agreement, it's within the legislation.
Yep.
Happy with that, Councillor Money? Yep.
I am, and I'll just close on this. And given that the primary use of that land is a rail corridor, it's got railway tracks on it, it's in keeping in my mind as a parcel of community land with the intended use. So I'm a little bit loath to retain point 6 at this stage, unless I can see a benefit. So
do you want that clarified?
I'm comfortable with my understanding, and I'd ask that point 6 be removed.
Okay, so you would like point 6 to be removed? Councillor
just to keep our options open going forward.
Okay, Councillor Goodwin, you second that. Are you happy with that?
I just want to understand that with the operational lease, or with the green community land and operational, do the LSMR people want the trains to be left there or have that land because the bridge is down and they can't get it out to the blast or out to their normal operational area out at the Estate Mine Gully Rail Museum? And if so, this will only allow for only one 12-month term, or can we renegotiate again in another 12 months if that happens?
Director Browning, can you answer those questions, please?
Through you, Mayor Coleman. So on the first point, they do have access to the current rail yards. However, they are out of lease at the moment with the holder of that land. So there's an expression of interest process being undertaken from July. They're hoping to gain a new renewal on where they are. It's just an interim measure at the moment while they undertake that expressions of interest process. And if there is a requirement to extend, then we would go for another 12-month licence agreement should council be open for that. We couldn't extend more than the 12 months at a time.
Does that satisfy you, Councillor Goodwin?
Yeah, as long as we can, if we need to revisit the community to operational land at another point in time, and if they need to move again for another 12 months, I'm happy with it to be removed at the moment.
So Councillor Goodwin's accept that point 6 is removed. So we're only voting at this stage on 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Is that correct, Councillor Money? And Councillor Goodwin, you're happy with that?
Yes, it is, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
I'm happy for the moment, yes.
All right, so Councillor Money, you've spoken to this. So you and Councillor Goodwin, you've spoken to this. So
I just wanted to say some other things in relation to it. It's a time-limited request from the State Mine Rail Limited to store 1 locomotive and 3 wagons on a portion of that land. The LSMR is a long-standing local organisation with a clear commitment to preserving and promoting the Lithgow rails industry and heritage, and council has supported that work over many years. The request arose because the current storage location is now under licence with SSR, restricting their access. And the report notes that this is a piece of land, is the only land available for the storage of the locomotives and wagons while awaiting the commencement and determination of the EOI. The proposed licence is strictly temporary and it's only for 12 months, and it's intended to bridge the gap until a formal expression of interest is processed, identifies a long-term solution. Just sort of going down my points, the licence would, where any costs are borne by them, it's temporary in nature. It would allow residents and stakeholders to express any concerns. Overall, it's a balanced proposal. Yeah, no, I'm happy with it.
Councillor Marnie, you did speak to it when you moved it. You will get your right to reply. Yeah, don't worry about that. Is there any further debate on this matter? No? There's no further debate on this matter, so you can have your right to reply now.
Thank you. I'll just note that Councillor Goodwin, what he spoke to was very helpful. I also just want to acknowledge the Mayor earlier spoke about rail infrastructure. Rail infrastructure is both in the passenger sector, the commercial sector, and also rail tourism in our area. So I think you need to keep that conversation going. There's obviously issues with the removal of the bridge due to that tragic accident, but we need to continue to talk to Transport for New South Wales about the important connective tissue that plays with a potential bit of micro rail tourism. So every sector, every job's important in our community, and so I'd like to see that pursued so we have a clear picture rather than the bridge has been removed, we're not putting it back. If there's then impacts on the on this rail tourism sector, we need to consider that as part of that decision.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. That's your right to reply. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We go down to 2.12, which is the May investment report on page 56. Is there any motions, councillors?
I'm happy to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Any seconder for that? I'm happy to second. Councillor Marnie, you can speak now.
Just noting a couple of points. Local government budgets are a bit of an oscillating landscape, and they'll rise and then they'll fall. And I note the $10.6 million increase in cash and investments in May 2026, and that's arising from the receipt of the final rates instalment and plus $5.5 million prepayment relating to disaster recovery arrangements. Now, I think the thing that I know the directors tried to work with councillors in finance committees and just trying to increase councillors, including myself, understanding of different elements. We're just noting that the majority of this money, which is now total investments of cash and investments, is sitting at $54.5 million. We need to understand that the large percentage of that is restricted in internal or external restrictions. So that it's not a case of at times we look at savings over here, we can't spend council's staff's leave reserve on fixing potholes because we'll create a financial hole that'll be outdo all of that if we are unable to pay those things. The balance of $629,000 is unrestricted, and that's available as council's working capital. So there's some big numbers, but they're also tied to specific elements. I again thank the council staff. I know council staff take a little bit of time to do this each month, but we need to be able to explain to the community where we're spending the rates. So nearly $500,000 was spent on a sewer pumping station in South Bowenville coming out of the sewer fund. We've got some recurring costs that are in there, and we've got things like the finalisation of footpath upgrade of Main Street, Lithgow, and water mains refurbishment work. Now, these again don't make much of a social media post, but they're the things that are maintaining our assets so we don't go into asset failure. So I appreciate that, this is a fairly dry report, but again, the plant replacement is critical, that we got plant that's fit for purpose and supporting our staff in the delivery of their work. So I won't talk to anything else other than those few points, and happy to leave it to other councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Money. I'd just like to acknowledge your good self, Councillor Money, because you are the chair of the Finance Committee, and it's running really smoothly. It's really important that we have that committee, considering in the current climate that we sit ourselves into. And I'd like to acknowledge Director Browning as well. It's, this is a hard job to do, and she puts everything into it, and she should be acknowledged for that. I really want to thank the staff for this report and for the work that they do with the Finance Committee, because it's never acknowledged as much as it should be. Any further debate?
Yeah. And when we have weekly finance meetings, it'd be bloody awesome.
Councillor Ring, thank you. Councillor Tysus.
Thank you, Mayor. I just note in the report on page 57, the second last paragraph, that as at the 31st of May, the period during which the general fund expenses could be met with available unrestricted cash was estimated at 5 weeks. And in the previous paragraph, the council's working capital used to fund outgoing payments was $629,000 as at the 31st of May 26. We're 1 day short of the 30th of June. Is there any? Are you able to say what we're going to end up with as at the 30th of June tomorrow, in regards to what our financial position will be when we go back to the auditors?
Director Browning, did you get all that?
Yes, through your Mayor Coleman. Not at this stage. So what will happen is there's invoices that will still come in for the next 2 to 3 weeks that will then be adjusted from those reserves, which will then determine the final cash position and the final unrestricted cash position. All
right. Second question is in regards to the last paragraph on that same page 57 is adopted by council, a loan of 5.5. Has that been drawn down now in our accounts?
Through you, Mayor Coleman, it has been drawn down and it'll be included in the June breakdown. So it was received in June. The drawdown was in June.
All right.
Additionally, just for further information, we did receive 80% of the 26-27 financial assistance grant allocation as well. So that will contribute to it will be internally restricted, but it will obviously substantially increase the cash holdings for investment.
Thank you. And lastly, in regards to that, I was going to raise that question. I understand council was going to receive, if they have received it, $5.678 million. Is that the amount that's come back into the books from the
financial assistance grant? Yes.
All right. And is council aware of the Office of Local Government circular GC 155/154 in regards to the key points quoted by Brett Whitworth, the Deputy Secretary of the Office of Local Government, is that the allocation of approximately 80% is more than in recent years. This is a reminder to councils that the total amount of the annual financial assistance grant and whether and when an advance payment is made is determined by the federal government. More importantly, it says here, and council should not depend on these funds to balance their financial statements. Is the council aware of that?
Through you, Mayor Coleman, absolutely. It's an ongoing industrial issue that's raised by a range of lobby groups on behalf of councils, but also by councils themselves. It was the key driving factor for the Fit for the Future merger proposals, was the fact that they didn't prepay it 1 year, which brought most of councils in the state into what appear to be significant deficit issues.
I have a question, if I could please, in regards to the red fleet. How does that actually positively affect our books?
Through Mayor Coleman, so that will mean ongoing depreciation. So we didn't budget for it, but that was a bit of a hedge for 25-26, and that ruling will obviously help substantiate the position of that through the auditors. So the depreciation will come off. What's unknown at this stage is how they will fund that going forward, and therefore what the operating registration costs, etc. That will come from that. So they're yet to finalise the details. So once we have those details, we'll be able to understand what the true financial impacts, but depreciation will be removed.
Thank you, that's a benefit. Any further debate on this item? Councillor Marnie, right a reply. Oh, hang on. Councillor Goodwin, do you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, good. Councillor Marnie, you're not right? Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We move on to 213, major projects.
I'd like to move that, Mayor, with several amendments.
Okay, Councillor Rom, it's one of the supplementary reports. So, yeah, what Councillor Frederick said, it's supplementary report. It's for those at home, before we go forward with you, Councillor Ring. It's major projects, continuation of project management service. So, Councillor Ring, you've got a motion that you're putting forward.
I'd like to amend point 1. So at the end of the statement, it reads, noting this approval commits council only to 30th of June 2029, that any continuation of service beyond that date will be subject to a separate report and resolution. I'd also like to add 3 additional points. Point 5, before execution of any contract or variation, council obtain an independent pricing review and probity review of the proposed schedule of rates and upper limiting fee given the 2024 competitive process related to a materially smaller engagement, and that review be reported to the Finance Committee. 6, the engagement will be conditional on travel, accommodation and meal allowances being reimbursed against evidence of expenditure rather than claimed without receipts. 7, conflict of interest declarations from staff and any independent panel members involved in the recommendation should be recorded in the project file.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Marnie.
I reviewed this the report, looking at ICAC, looking at LG policies and legislation. 2024, it was a $400,000 project. Now talking about going out to $7-8 million. It's a big gap. I've spoken at length about these changes with the General Manager, Director of Finance, and basically these ensure that we have implemented appropriate governance measures to ensure that we have dealt with this matter in an appropriate manner. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Marnie?
I've got nothing further to add. I thought it was important that Councillor Ring be provided with the opportunity to bring his observations forward.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Any further debate on this matter? Councillor Tysos?
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to know, this is from the 1st of July 26 for 3 years. This has been going for nearly 4 years. I was just wondering how much has Wasabi already received in respect of the project, because what concerns me is that we still haven't got the road open, we've got nothing done, and we're going to spend nearly over $7 million, and that's where most of it will be on the Walgan Road, not the Brownsgap Road. In regards to, and that was a comment from the Walgan group, was the fact that, well, you've spent $7 to $10 million and we haven't, we can't drive up and down the thing. Where are we up to with that?
General Manager, you're responsible for the report. Would you like to speak to what Councillor Tysos is saying?
Through you, Mayor. For details of what's been spent on Wasabi services since the start of the contract, I'd have to take that on notice. It has been for the last 12 months about 2 million, so that's roughly what it is. But I'll make a note to send that around to councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Tysos and General Manager. Is there any further debate on this matter? No? Councillor Ring, right of reply. While you do that, Councillor Goodwin, did you want to add to this debate?
So I've got a few notes written down in relation to this. The report outlines a straightforward. It is pretty straightforward. The Walgren Road reconstruction and Browns Gap rehabilitations, but it's very complex. It's a multi-year recovery project. Requires specialist project management capabilities, well beyond what council can deliver. Wasabi Group since 2024 has been provided that capability, and they've led this our disaster funds and submissions. They've coordinated technical and environmental planning investigations. They've established the governance framework, and they work closely with Transport New South Wales. The risks of changing the project managers at this stage is significant. The report makes clear the delivery capacity is rated very high and the procurement capability is high. Bringing a new firm in would mean remobilisation delays, loss of project knowledge, and extended impacts to the Wagga Valley community. It would also introduce uncertainty into our disaster recovery funding pathway, something that we in Lithgow Council can't afford. Importantly, the financial aspect is unambiguous. All project management costs are fully funded through the disaster recovery fund arrangements and the tripartite prepayment. There is no call on council's general fund. So for these reasons, risk funding, legal compliance and that I support this recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. You had a question?
I have a question, yeah, thank you. Just in regards to Browns Gap Road, when will it start? How long will it take? And will it be closed? I imagine it's going to be all closed. And how long will it take? Is there some sort of time frame for the Browns Gap Road? It's already been going since April 24, so that the public can be informed.
Yeah, so the timeline's important. So I'm actually going to hand that over to Director Paul Smith, who's standing in. And you might want to introduce yourself.
Hello, everybody. I'm Paul Smith. I'm standing in for Richard Jane. I've been here for 2 weeks, and I've got right across Walgren and Browns Gap. We have gone for 18 million with DRFA funds to fix the landslips on the down slopes and of Browns Gap. DRFA funding was received for 12.564 million, not 18 million. And Wasabi Group were instructed to design a tender that could be responded to, integrates innovation, and keeps the road open. So we think that the works will take about 6 months, but that plan is only just underway. So we received that funding last Thursday, and then we've been starting the planning process from there. But I would expect they'd be designing a tender at the moment that can introduce innovation that can keep the road open through that 6 months if possible. But what the first proposal was, and the WSP scope of work had a massive drill rig on the road, and there was no way that that was going to be able to keep the road open. But let's put it out to the market and let the market tell us what the innovations are that can keep the road open. That was the instruction to Wasabi.
That's similar to the convict bridge then, is it, with pillars underground?
No, it's landslips.
No, I'm only joking.
Oh, are you? Okay. I'm a bit gullible,
Councillor
so you can't do it to me.
That's funny.
You are allowed to joke in here, sir.
Yeah, Councillor Tyson. That was funny. Okay, so thank you, Councillor Tyson. Thank you, Director Smith. Councillor Ring, write a reply. You happy for me to put it? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you.
I'd like to move a procedural motion, please,
What would you like to move?
for us to leave the rest for another night and call it a night. Everyone here seems to be struggling to keep their eyes
Well,
open.
we've got one more, which is 2.14, renaming of Bill Ashley. That's an administration report. We really need to do that, Councillor Fredericks. And then,
Could I just say, I'm not sure we do. I think it's that
well,
report
technically
needs.
it's a procedural motion. I really should be, but
I'm
I'll just.
going to move that motion if we can get going with it.
So I know that there's councillors that are very keen on that particular motion, but you've put forward a procedural motion. I have to take it. So I'll put forward that Councillor Fredericks has asked for an adjournment, because that's what it is. All those in favour of an adjournment, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. No. Councillor Goodwood, where are you sitting?
I'm not sitting with an adjournment.
Okay, no adjournment at this stage. The matter has been lost.
Sorry, can I move another procedural motion? That we deal with this issue and then we terminate the meeting and carry forward all remaining business to another night.
Okay.
I'm happy to second that.
So is everybody happy that we deal with item 2.14 and then we end the meeting there? Right, I'm going to put that. Councillor Tar says, well, I've got a procedural. I have to move the procedural first. So the procedural motion that's on the books at the moment with me is that we deal with 2.14 and then we end the meeting. So I'm going to put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? I'm not getting a clear reading. So I'm going to do it again. All those in favour of doing 2.14 and then ending the meeting. So all those in favour of ending the meeting after 2.14. I'll put your hand up, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's been carried. Okay, so I will now move forward. So 2.14 is renaming of Bill Ashley. So do I have any motions, councillors?
Yeah, move it.
Councillor Goodwin, I believe you have something.
Yeah, I'm going to move that the council undertook a clear and transparent process consistent with our naming of our council facilities policy. We placed the proposal in public exhibition. We sought the community feedback. We made every effort to contact any living relatives with Will and Bill Ashley. The report before us shows that the community has engaged meaningfully with this proposal and the results speak for themselves. Across the formal survey and the quick poll, we saw the majority support for renaming the grandstand in honour of Barry Rushworth. The quick poll in particular, with 152 responses, showed almost 80% support. That is a strong community-driven endorsement for recognising a local sporting icon whose contributions to Lithgow is both contemporary and deeply felt. Barry Rushworth's not just a former athlete, he's a product of this community. He rose from local junior football to state national representation. He's returned home, coached, mentored, supported local sport for decades. His legacy is lived every day by the people who use Tony Lucchetti Sports Ground, and the grandstand is the right place to honour him. At that same time, the motion does not diminish at all the legacy of William Bill Ashley. In fact, it strengthens it. The recommendation ensures that Bill Ashley's contribution will continue to be recognised through a dedicated commemorative plaque or information board or something with the Sports Advisory Committee to determine the most appropriate form of location or the council. That's a respectful and balanced approach. That one preserves our history whilst acknowledging the achievements of a more recent local legend. Community feedback reflects this imbalance. Even many who opposed the renaming of the acknowledged Barry Rushworth's achievements and simply sought the assurance that Bill Ashley's legacy would not be lost. This motion provides exactly that assurance. Council has followed the policy. We've listened to the community. We've honoured our community to transparency, and we've now a clear pathway to recognise two significant figures in our city's history. one through the grandstand's name and one through a permanent, respectful commemoration. For these reasons, I support the motion and encourage my fellow councillors to do the same. Now, I think Eric's going to...
Councillor Goodwin, can I just ask you to read out what you're actually moving? Because you spoke to it, but you didn't tell me what you're moving, and I need a seconder.
I was moving the recommendation that council note the summary of reports, consider the community comments and determine whether to rename the grandstand at Tony Lucchetti Sports Ground to the Barry Rushworth Grandstand. Should the council determine to rename the grandstand, options which will be delivered for a commemorative plaque in honour of William Bill Ashley for an appropriate site for the commemoration. Council note the options for the type and location of the commemorative plaque in honour of William Bill Ashley would be taken to the Sports Advisory Committee for determination. That's what I'm moving. However, I have spoken to Councillor Mahoney, and he's may have something that I may agree to.
Okay, so that's what Councillor Goodwin's moving, but I don't have a seconder. If I don't get a seconder, it lapses.
Mayor, I'm seeking advice on this.
Yes.
I'd like to amend. I'd like to bring forward an amendment which largely supports Councillor Goodwin's intention.
So it's probably best that you second it and then
Okay,
bring
thank you,
forward.
So if it makes it easier, Mayor, I'm happy with the second for the purpose of debate.
Okay, so
I have no
Councillor,
fixed opinion on it.
yeah, right. So Councillor Ring's going to second it so we get this done. Councillor Marnie, Councillor Ring, you're happy to reserve your right for the moment?
I most definitely.
Yes, I think
Okay,
it is.
now Councillor Marnie, I'm going to come over to you and tell it is what you want.
I provided to the minute taker an amendment. The amendment, just going to speak to this matter briefly.
Can we have the amendment, please?
Oh, yes, my apologies.
We need to, yeah.
Okay, we put it up. Okay, thank you, Trinity. The council note the summary of survey responses provided in the report. Council recommends to rename the grandstand at Tony Lucchetti Sports Ground to Barry Rushworth Grandstand. In order to maintain the commemorative equivalent, Council recommends that the naming of the two options below, the naming of the Council Administration Precinct to the William Bill Ashley Place, and we can play with that whether I've provided this as the minute takers have given it back to me. Rename the Civic Ballroom the William Ashley Civic Ballroom. I think, sorry, and I'll finish it. Point 4, a public exhibition process being undertaken to seek submissions on the above two options to commemorate the contribution of William Ashley to civic life, and that a report on the outcome of the submissions be tabled for consideration at a future council meeting. Now, if I can speak to that, Mayor, I know I need
a second to Councillor Marnie. Councillor,
I'm happy with that.
you're going to accept that.
Okay,
so
thank you,
Councillor
Councillor Goodwin.
Goodwin's going to accept that. So Councillor Marnie's moving it. Councillor
Okay.
Goodwin, you're happy to second that. Okay, Councillor Marnie, go.
I'm just going to speak to a
A
principle.
seconder, I should have a say.
So Councillor Ring, are you happy with that?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, lovely.
Okay, thank you. I just want to speak to a principle that we have to be very careful of not setting. We're not covered by the Geographic Names Board when we rename buildings and so on. If it is the will of any council and in 2 decades to rename something, for instance, the Council of Marnie Hall or whatever, I would be horrified if they changed someone else's name to make room for me without giving a commemorative equivalency. So I think we've got to be clear. I probably should have added a point 6 that we actually develop a naming policy so that we actually got guidance to the council. But essentially, if we are to name the Barry Rushworth Grandstand, and Councillor Goodwin spoke completely to the rationale why that would be the case, and in that setting where Barry would have played many a game. We need to not forget William Ashley, and we need not to diminish people's contribution to our civic life because we've forgotten who they are. The people of Lithgow in 1958 made these decisions, and we need to respect that community decision at that point. Now, I know people are keen to get away, but I'm going to give William Ashby a couple of minutes in the sun. Yes. I'll be brief, but William Ashby was the son of a South Australian grazier that moved to Hay, and his mother was an Irish woman. He and his younger brother listed in the Australian Commonwealth Horse Battalion, the 5th Battalion, and they went to the Boer War in South Africa. On returning, he was then landed in Sydney, and he was involved as a tram driver and became an official of the Tramways Union before moving to Lithgow. Now, in 1911, he was elected a councillor in Lithgow, and he was a mayor for 2 terms in 1929 and 1935, so straddling that period of the Great Depression. He then went on to be elected as a senator for New South Wales, and was part of the campaign team for our regional Prime Minister, Ben Chifley. He served in that government during World War II and continued to serve in his senator role until he died in office. I've been looking to identify the family. I know his daughter Valerie, and I'm sorry, I'm going to speak through the time limit because I think we need to give recognition.
I'll move. You need more time.
Thank you, Councillor
Councillor Statham's moved. Can I have a second? I'll second it. If there's no opposition, that's carried. Continue, Councillor Money.
I am endeavouring to, I'm into the 2 generations below him. I've recently over the weekend, got a bit of a clue on the great-grandchildren. There's about 9 of them, and there are 5 children of Valerie. His daughter served in the Women's Royal Australian Navy. So the family is a family that has been focused on civic duty and civic service, and I think it's important that we don't erase that out of our history. Also, that we don't diminish service by whether you were born here, because my service will be diminished heavily because I was neither born here or even born in this country. So I think it's important that we honour the decisions made by our community in the past. So what I've tried to do as a pragmatic approach to this is to place 2 options that recognise his service. His service was principally as a parliamentarian and as a local councillor. If we were to name a place outside this building and it goes forward with any building redevelopment as the William Bill Ashley Place, I think it's an opportunity to remind people of the service of this individual. But it has to be an equivalent. Otherwise, I think we can potentially disrespect his service and also his family's remembrance of him in his role. So I've put this up as a pathway forward. I'll continue to work with council staff to find the reference points into the living members of his family so they can be advised of the decision. Okay, I'll leave it at that, please.
Thank you, Councillor Money. Is there any further debate on this matter? Councillor Tutt?
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to speak against the is it the amendment now or the?
Yeah, the amendment become the motion.
I thought Councillor Goulden accepted it.
He did accept it.
So is it not? It's not an amendment now, is it?
No, it's a motion.
Thank you. That could be amended. Look, I go through the report. I mean, I'm not prepared in any way, shape or form to bump someone for someone else. And, you know, I know Barry Rushworth well, and I'm not sure it's something I wanted to acknowledge Barry Rushworth's achievements, but I certainly will not be supporting any sort of bumping of another person in civic life for what it is. It was named the William Bill Ashley Grandstand for a reason, and that's the way it stays now. Unless it burns down and there's a new grandstand, well, then I won't be supporting, then it might be a change of name. But I read from here, those opposed to the proposal generally acknowledge his achievements, as we all did, but expressed concerns about removing an existing honour bestowed on Bill Ashley. Common themes included local history and so on. Now, we're looking at a preference for recognising Barry's through some sort of alternative means. Another facility, field structure. I mean, if there's no name on the grandstand, give him the grandstand. I mean, it's still in the same oval, or give him the Barry Rushworth ground. But to me, I mean, here we are still looking. We've got the same thing with Lot 35 earlier, and we've got the same thing. We've got 9 living family members apparently. No one's asked them. We're not even there, and here we are putting a motion up to sort of do this. This is not going to go down well in any way, shape, or form to rename that the Barry Rushworth Grandstand. It needs to say the William Bill Ashley Grandstand until such time as, and we need to find something else, which I foreshadowed at the time. This survey, 120 respondents, who knows? There's nothing to say who put a name to it. There's not even a petition to say let's put it in there with a whole heap of names on it. The 11 surveys are 6-5, 55, 45. I mean, and you're changing history. You can't change history for something there. Let's go and change the Marjorie Jackson athletics tracks. The athletics tracks. We've got the soccer fields. We've got all sorts of things. You need to find something else. I'm happy for anything for Barry. I'm happy to put a Taj Mahal up for him, but it's got to be something from new or something else that changes it away from William Bill Ashley. He's got living people. Now we're going to put pressure on them to actually give up their grandfather's rights to the naming of that thing there. That was done at the time. Let's not change history. Don't change history by doing this motion tonight. If he's got 9 living family members, we should have had them in here tonight. We should be able to hear from them. I'm not sure they're going to give up poor old granddad's history. Don't do this tonight because it doesn't need to be done tonight. You're just making stuff up. Find something else for Barry and whoever else that might be a sporting champion of Lithgow. There must be somewhere else that we can recognise Barry Rushworth. We know what he did. He needs to be recognised. It could be an AM or an AO or whatever, or it could be something else that goes with it. This is too early. Too early.
Thank you, Councillor Tysus.
I'd like to move an amendment, please.
Sure. What would you like to move?
To defer a decision on this report until further information is brought back to a future council.
I'm happy to second that because I actually agree with Councillor Tysus. I think that it's, yeah.
I'm sorry, it's my time to talk.
Yep, sorry, Councillor Ring.
It's my turn. No, and I actually do concur with Councillor Tysus. I actually agree. Not the Taj Mahal, we don't have the budget, but I do agree. Councillor Evangelidis raised it at the last meeting. We set a bad precedent. We set a dangerous precedent. I don't know much about Barry. Not a sports person. Met him once or twice briefly. No issue. A lot of respects. And a lot of people respect him. That's great. Well, let's honour him properly without opening up a can of worms. So next thing we're going to do, we're going to go back down to the Scotland Royal Hall and we're going to name it after someone else. Or we're going to go down to Queen Elizabeth Park and name it something totally different. Cook Street Plaza. Most people haven't got a clue who that's named after. They think it's Captain Cook. I'm sorry. I would rather, there was a Hall of Fame, Sportsman's Hall of Fame at the bowling club, the bowling club. That's been closed down. We need something like that. Why not a Barry Rushworth Hall of Sporting Fame? So I'd like to see this deferred until further information is brought back to council, particularly in relation to the family.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. I agree. I think that we need to find out more information. I am very hesitant to rewrite history. I concur that, it'll set a precedent, which really concerns me. We have Queen Elizabeth Park. What happens if we change it to King Charles Park and so forth and so forth? I think it's really important. I'm coming back to the chair. So I think it's really important that we get all our ducks in a row and seek further information. Any further debate on the amendment? Hang on, Ray. Councillor Smith, I'll come to you.
What a difficult night for every councillor sitting here tonight. Barry Rushworth is known to everybody far and wide, and he's a great guy. Fantastic achievements. I've been thinking over this now for a week because I've had several people comment and call me. I think he deserves amazing recognition. I think Councillor Goodwin is certainly on the right track. But I also think that if it was our parents, Mr. Leslie was our father, brother, son, whatever, doesn't matter. His family, if they knew, might have a second thought about that. Now, I believe that the grandstand is probably not the right thing for, and I've thought this all along, for Barry Rushworth. It's not amazing enough. We need something at the Workmen's Club. He played for the Workies for decades. He's known to be a regular guest at the Workies. I even saw him the other day at Mark Levy's at the Workmen's Club. Why can't we call, and what Councillor Ring took the words from my mouth, a sporting hall of fame with him, the Barry Rushworth Sports Bar. There are so many things at the Workmen's Club that hundreds of people every day will see. Whereas at the showground, I didn't even know it was called the Ashley Showground. You don't see any feature postings of that. So I think rather than adjourn it, I'm wondering if Councillor Goodwin would be good enough to speak to his family to ask if they thought that to keep the Ashley Grandstand as it is. Yes, he played there, he's renowned there, but it's an old building, a very old building, with often repairs needing to be done. So we don't want that in time to come in 20 years' time to be excavated and a new grandstand put up. So I think having something at the Workmen's Club with his plaque and call it the Hall of Fame, there are so many people in Lithgow that have been unnoticed. And I think the Hall of Fame and the Workmen's Club with bright lights around it, I think would be a fabulous venue, and people and his friends and his fellow Workies players and the people that come through the Workmen's Club would see that right somewhere where everyone can see it. It's only my opinion, but deferring it is just making it prolonged with more people getting into the idea of doing a survey, and the survey might turn around the wrong way if we don't be careful. So I don't know what Councillor Goodwin thinks of that, but and I know Barry's family would probably be watching tonight in hopeful that it would be, put and voted on and get up. But I don't agree that the sports ground is a good enough place. That might sound terrible, but I think he's worth looking, his story put in writing in the Workmen's Club, with his photograph, with whatever we can do to make it look amazing, rather than put it on a grandstand that, who goes there? Only people out of town that come and play football, and most of them then sit around near the front of their cars. So the grandstand's not used enough to be good enough for the name Barry Rushworth.
Would anybody like to speak further on the amendment, which is now what we're debating? Councillor Goodwin, are you happy to speak on the amendment, or Councillor Smith?
I only want to make a comment. Sorry. I want to make a comment. I agree. I know Barry very well, same as a lot of people, and he definitely has got to be recognised. And I totally agree. And if the grandstand's called the Barry Rushworth stand, by all means. But what I agree with what's been said here, and a couple of Councillor Rings, a couple of Councillor stated. Basically, we need a decent Hall of Fame where, we do have Margie Jackson sitting down there in the statue in the plaza. If that was all designated for our main stars that have been in this town that actually played for Australia, represent Australia in some fashion, to me that's the highest pinnacle, whether they played for Australia, not just somebody who's just made state or something, these guys are international stars. I mean, people want to start reflecting back. We've had two squash players here, Kevin Shawcross and the guy Palmer. Now, both of them won world titles. Now, we should have something that is representative of those guys. And we got Brad DeLosa, a woodchopping guy. So, this to me is what we should have. We had that thing, they had some sort of thing down at the bowling club, in all due respects to it. But it was kind of like anybody and everybody type of thing. It didn't really distinguish the outstanding sports people who have come out of this town. Now, if we had something, and say all set up in the plaza, or whether it is in the workmen's clubs, I don't know, but probably somewhere where people can come up, visit, walk around, and they see it as an outstanding place of where these sportsmen come from. And say, oh, they come from Lithgow. Right, there's the plaza, Barry Rushworth, Marjorie Jackson, Kevin Shawcross, you name it. To me, that's what we should be aiming at, the superstars that have come out of this area. But if you want to call it the Barry Rushworth Grandstand, go ahead. But I do have reservations about name alterations. I'm a little bit the same. But I think if there is a better alternative, certainly look at it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Goodwin, I know you wanted to speak, then I'll come to you, Councillor Frederick.
Yeah, I'm certainly against the amendment 100%. There are reasons why. There's 80% support from the community, whether it be in the unnamed polling or the named polling. Everyone knows that there's support there. Everyone you speak to, everyone I speak to, is in full support of what we're doing. There's a few people that may not know Barry, may not know what he's like, may not be sporting people, but this is the most appropriate place at the moment for Barry Rushworth's name to go. I'm not in any way diminishing, and if you read it, I'm not diminishing in any way the Bill Ashley name at all. It's moving it. This is to show that we can recognise two people from Lithgow in a high level area that people go to. So Barry Rushworth on the grandstand, he grew up, he played there, he played at the highest level that people can play in rugby league. If anyone was going to want something, it would be, if it was me and I was a player, it would be the grandstand. You can't tell me that we're going to kick it down the road and we're going to go, yeah, well, let's get this Hall of Fame going, let's get this walk going. It's going to be we can't even afford to bloody rub two sticks together. So where's that going to happen? That's going to happen in 10 years' time. It's going to be too late then. This is a motion that does it straight away. It's not going to cost the council an arm and a leg at all. There are other funding ways that we can go about putting the actual name on the grandstand. This is to say, yes, we can name it the Barry Rushworth stand. There are other ways we can go about getting the money for it. One of the main reasons, and I don't like saying this, but one of the main reasons I don't want to do this posthumously. This is a time where we can acknowledge someone who is here now with us and can go down and celebrate. So we can go, yep, this is a good time. We can go down. We can say to him, we can have a gala day. We could put something on for Barry for all the stuff that he's done for us in the sporting areas. That we start putting it down the road another year, another 12 months. This is going to be done posthumously. Not wishing that to ever happen, but that's what I can see, and that's not going to be on me. I want him recognised now, and this is the most appropriate place as a player, as a former player of rugby league. I was going to have something named after me. We're not going to have a statue. We're not going to. The council aren't going to foot the bill for a statue. They're not going to foot the bill for a hall, a sportsman's walk, or whatever it is. But we can do this tonight, and we can name it the Barry Rushworth stand. It does not at no point at all have I said that I wanted to diminish the Bill Ashley name at all. It's moving from one location to another. That's it, and that happens all the time in every bloody area, for every area, people rename stands, people rename areas, and I'm sure that that's happened everywhere in the past. It can happen here again now, and it only takes us to do it tonight. I'm voting against this. The motion that's up there now is appropriate. We can still contact the family. We can still let them know that what's going to happen will happen. We're not kicking them to the side.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin.
Yeah.
Councillor Fredericks.
Look, I'm sure there is some way we can look at getting grant funding where we can actually include all of our sporting legends. Spike Cheney, Joe Banning, Craig Bellamy. These are all huge names, and guess what? They're all still alive right now too. Spike Cheney is still in Lithgow. Like, why don't we actually sit down and really look at it? Let's try and get some funding. Let's do a major frickin' war behind Marjorie Jackson, where every single sports star this town has produced is there in view, their picture, their sport, when they played it, and make sure there's plenty of space for the future. Instead of just focusing on one, let's focus on everyone who has made this town known through their athletic capability.
Thank you, Councillor Fredericks.
Sorry, I had trouble hearing that.
Councillor Ring. I'm going to put the amendment. Excuse me.
Move the motion be put.
Yes, the motion. I'm going to put the amendment. So I'll put the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. All those against? The amendment has been carried. That becomes the motion. Right of reply. I think Councillor Marnie, you still have right of reply. Yeah, we'll just put the amendment. So the amendment now becomes the motion. I'll put the amendment motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Gentlemen, councillors, all those in favour, please raise your hand. All those against, declare that carried. Thank you. Now, that has been dealt with. We moved to procedural motion that we would do an adjournment. The meeting is now being adjourned till a time to be advised. It's 10:55. Good night.